Alright, we big chillin'? YouTube at least seems to be up. Let's check Twitch. Let me go check Twitch, make sure we're sounding good. How about it? We sounding good? We are indeed. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Everything looks to be up, so we are ready to go for our perfect date finale. Can y'all believe it? It's been what, 3 years? 3 years since I first ever streamed this game? And I'm only just now getting around to finishing it. And also I started my original playthrough of this game back in 2018? Yeah, I think it might as well have been 2019. It was like December 2018, I think. Oh boy. But that being said, we're here, we're back, it's time. We're gonna actually finish the fucking game. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad we're finally here. Unfortunately, I have started a bit later than I hoped for today, which I kind of figured might be the case. It was a very long and busy day for me. I got up very early so that I could go to my 9 a.m. lab, which ran for 3 hours, and I didn't even finish it. So I had to stay for an extra hour and use up my entire lunch break, and even then I still didn't finish it. And I have to go in tomorrow to finish my fucking lab. I'm definitely not tilted about this at all. Do not worry. Do not fear, friends. Do not fear. I would never be tilted. But I am still going to make the push to finish the game tonight. I might have to run a little late. As I've been saying, I'd really like to keep these streams ending by 11, but might not be possible tonight given the volume of the game that we have left to finish. But with that in mind, even though it doesn't look like anyone has joined chat yet, I am going to go ahead and get a move on with things, because otherwise it's just going to keep pushing later and later, and I cannot have that happen. So even though there's no one here, just in case anyone checks the VOD, let me run through stream schedule real quick. I will be back with Persona 3 on Sunday. I have a sneaking suspicion D&D probably won't get started back up next week. Oh, hello, Amy. All right, let me finish stream schedule real quick. But hello, welcome in. Yes. Before I get too sidetracked, Emily, Amy, Abaddon, Celeste. I love that. Yes. Persona on Sunday. It's looking more and more like D&D probably won't be starting back up next week, though the week after is a possibility. I know I keep going back and forth on this, but what I'm thinking for next week is Well, I was originally going to say definitely Celeste on Tuesday, but that's not even a definite at this point anymore either. Oh, I realized Tuesday is a specific day, so I had I might still be able to stream on Tuesday, but might not. So the better bet, at this point, I'm going to just say this. I'm going to shoot for Celeste Wednesday next week. And then the day after that, Silk Song comes out, so... You might not see me for a little while. We'll see how it goes. Have I played Hollow Knight? Yes. I'm a massive Hollow Knight fan. I've been playing for many years. I even have all achievements on the game. Yeah. I'm an all achievement boy. I did Radiant Hall of Gods. You know what else is a massive reference? Is massive / reference? What? where are we going with this? But while Amy's finishing that joke, that is the stream schedule for now. I've got 2 more on the docket before Silk Song releases. I think it's more likely that I do like a Persona stream than anything else, because like the Celeste and Hollow Knight community have a big overlap, so I feel like there's just a bigger risk of spoilers if I stream Celeste. Maybe less so for Persona, but we'll see. In either case, there is a chance that I just full stop streaming until I finish my first playthrough of Silk Song. But that remains to be seen. We will see how that goes. For now, though, just know that streaming will probably be a little bit lighter once Silk Song comes out, at least for a little bit. That being said, that's putting the cart before the horse, because we need to finish Purrfect Date. That's right, baby! 3 years later, we're finally finishing this game! Alright, as you can see, the fuck, antidote 72% complete? Oh, we're not done with chapter 5 yet, I forgot. Yeah, Suni was good. Look at these frickin' names, dude. What a crapshoot. Coffee. Alright. We gotta just plow on ahead. We got a lot to get to tonight. The new first boss of Silk Song. The Soul Mess. God damn, what voice did I give the main character here? I don't fucking remember. Like, I actually do not remember what voice the main character was given. Give me a sec. Give me a moment. I gotta check. Okay, he didn't get a ton of a voice. It was more of an inflection than a voice, I suppose. That's alright, though. We'll start with romance. Why the fuck not? That's what we're here for, right? Why have we not gotten any more extras? Like, we got the pirates one, and that's it. Where the rest of these extras go? Where the fuck do the rest of these extras come from? Anyways, romance. Frickin' Kibbles. It's been a few days since Kibble lent me his comics. Although I devoured them on the first night, I've been so busy with work that I haven't had time to return them yet. I'm dying to talk to him about them, so today I've cleared the decks enough to spend a couple hours with him. I'm waiting in our usual spot when the nearby bush begins to rumble. Hi, Kibbles, you there? No answer. I've brought your comics back. Still nothing. I know he's there. He must be playing a game, so I decided to play along. Well, What a shame Kibbles isn't here. I so wanted to talk with him about Hungry Sparrow. He's so clever. He would know why Nyoko broke the mirror at the end. Kibbles falls out of the bushes. What an answer.
Obviously, she's just clumsy.
Really? I figured it was a metaphor for fractured self-image.
A metaphor?
Yes, because her heart was broken when Ryoji fell in battle.
Oh, of course, that goes without saying, but I just feel like that interpretation is kind of tired.
Really? What would your interpretation be then?
I think it might be too complex for you. Let's talk about something else.
Kibbles makes me crash out. Like, why did they fucking write a Discord mod as a Reddit user Discord mod as a fucking cat in this game? Like, I like him. I think I even like, even though like Major is actually kind of racist, like he re-examines his own beliefs throughout the course of his story arc. It's fine. Like he is willing to self-examine. He is willing to rethink his beliefs, and the story actually encourages you to encourage him to do so. He's fine. I just don't like this fucker's attitude. Maybe he'll have a stellar character arc. I don't remember. All right. What do you want to talk about?
I'm starving. There's no proper food around here.
I eyed the plump British long-hair skeptically. Well, I've got a tin of tuna back at base camp if you want it. I could easily.
No, that's not proper food. Gross. I'm talking about proper food. Chocolate, crisps, pizza. Got any of those?
No, Kibbles, I don't.
But you know how to get them.
What are you implying, Kibbles? I can't just walk into the mess tent and steal armfuls of food in the middle of the day.
Exactly. Meet me outside the mess tent at sundown. Bring a backpack and a torch.
Oh, Kibbles. I don't like the sound of this.
If you don't help me, I'll just have to do it myself.
I shudder at the thought of Kibbles being let loose in the mess tent without supervision. Well, okay, Kibbles. I'll meet you, but only if you promise to be super stealthy.
My stealth abilities are second to none. I'm a black belt in Kakate.
I really hope so, Kibs, because we're gonna have to be super ninjas tonight.
Dang.
I hate this. What? 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 What did he say? Okay. I've come to the mess tent a little before sundown, hoping to apprehend Kibbles in case he tries to stealthily barge in without me. Finally spot him stalking in the distance, using his tail to brush away any paw prints he's leaving behind. He's taking this seriously. My heart sinks as I realize how disappointed he'll be when I explain that we can't actually rob the mess tent of all its treats. Hey, Kibs. You all can't see it, but if I had a webcam, I would have just, like, turned to deadpan at the camera. I really...
Senpai.
Are you excited about that? Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm getting way too I'm a little on edge. Too early in this. Senpai, I have to restrain myself from doing an air grab.
I just wanted to say it's an honor to raid alongside you tonight.
Yes, well, about that, Kibbles.
I promise I won't let you down.
Oh, no. Why is he being so nice? Well, actually, I don't think this is such a good idea after all.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, I was thinking maybe it would be a step too far to raid the mess tent for spoils.
Are you joking? You changed your mind? You think I'm not up to the task? Is that it?
He looks so hurt. Feels so crummy. It's not you, Kibbles. I would gladly heat up a pizza and make a salad to go with it, but I don't think that's a good idea to take any more than that. Nice! GG Soul Tyrant. Kibbles looks at me in disbelief.
Did you just say the word salad?
Fucking hell, man. We're doing salad jokes in 2025? Come on, y'all. Who the fuck hates salads in 2025? Okay, fair enough. This game was made in 20 whatever. 20 not right now, but still. Yeah, average seer moment. I did. I'm sorry. But this is a bad idea, Kibbles. Not only could it get me fired, but you could get sick if you ate lots of sugar and flour, and I don't want to be responsible for that.
It seems I was wrong about you. I thought you were heroic. I thought you were cool.
This really strikes a nerve. I'm not sure what to do. I don't know whether to listen to my head or my heart. Honestly, I think both your head and your heart should be telling you the same thing, which is not to give Kibbles this food. Like, okay. Chocolate, definitely a no-no. At least that's not what they're talking about. Pizza's not great, though, either. I know a lot of people may be surprised about this, but most cats are lactose intolerant. Like, most of them cannot get... Admittedly, by the time a dairy product reaches the cheese stage, unless it's a really soft cheese, most of the lactose is no longer there to be. Like, I think even mozzarella doesn't have a ton of lactose in it, and mozzarella is a fairly fresh cheese. How much lactose does mozzarella have in it? Let me go check real quick. How much lactose in mozzarella? This is, I just don't want to use an AI overview. But yeah, it does seem I was correct. Yeah, it's like the more you, unless it's really fresh mozzarella with high that will have a fair bit of lactose in it. But if you get the stuff that's like, you know, if you get the stuff that's been like hardened into a block, that stuff is usually fairly low on lactose. And then if you go to something like cheddar, I think it doesn't have much at all. Like a sharp cheddar, yeah, seems to have, yeah, so, yeah. A sharp cheddar can have like 0.4 to 0.6 grams per... What is this? Lactose content of different foods? Oh, this is interesting. Cheddar sharp. Oh, here, interesting. Cheddar's not even that low on the but yeah, the sharper the cheddar, the less lactose. And then if you go to something like Parmesan, I think that doesn't have... How much lactose in Parmigiano? Yeah, not much at all. Parmigiano is almost like, yeah. Parmigiano Reggiano is naturally lactose free. So the more you, the more aged cheeses are almost always like, they're almost always like 5. Yeah, the more like extra mature cheddar cheeses are fine. Parmesan cheeses are fine. Interestingly enough, most mozzarella's are fine by the time you like a harder mozzarella. Yeah, okay. Point is... Oh shit, hey, what's up, Jose? You showed up on my fucking... I was having a cheese rant. I went on a cheese tangent. But welcome in. I actually do not know what the correct option here is gonna be. Oddly enough, this game, like, usually has you pick the right thing. this game actually usually has you pick the morally more acceptable option, like surprisingly frequently. Here, Kibbles. This one route notwithstanding. Oh fuck. All right, yeah, no, we raid the pantry. Like, guys, I know this game was just made like almost a decade ago. I know it was a different time. But this route specifically has aged so poorly. To be honest, I think I thought it was cringe back in 2018 when I first played it. Whatever.
Kibbles called me senpai. I can't let that be for nothing. Kibbles, I am heroic, and I am cool. Very cool. Let's raid. Kibbles does a little happy dance and fires invisible paw guns into the air. You sure everyone's gone to bed? Yep, except Zane. He's doing his rounds. He's on the other side of the island right now, which gives us about 15 minutes. This is so cool. It's like a proper real-life loot run. But you have to keep your voice down, Kibs. Marigolds are doing their cleaning rounds in that tent just over there. Stop talking, because now we only have 14 minutes and 32 seconds. We've crept into the kitchen area, which is easy as the whole thing is open plan. I make a start by grabbing a pizza from the freezer and putting it in the microwave to cook.
Fuck yeah, microwave pizza.
Next, I get the store cabinet keys from the usual place and on a hook next to the sink. Security's not exactly high tech. It doesn't need to be. We're on an island. We all get fed. Who would want to steal food? Duh. My backpack is overspilling with loot, and I'm struggling to zip it up. Point taken, but this is different. This isn't real food, this is the monthly treat ration. Monthly? And what do you eat all day? Well, fish and vegetables, mostly. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, Majima. What? Never mind, hurry up. We have 6 minutes and 47 seconds left. As if on cue, the microwave pings. I grab the hot boxes, and we're off.
Did you multiply? Did you fucking microwave? They're fucking running the take the romantic interest over your place gambit, and the place in question is a tent. What do you mean? So this is your place? What do you mean, Kibbles?
So this is your place, huh? We're sitting on my bed finishing the last of the pizza. Yep, this is my crib. Never say that word again.
For once you and I are on the same page, Kibbles.
I cover my embarrassment by tipping the contents of my rucksack onto the bed between Kibbles and me. His eyes widen at the sight of our plunder. Oh man, that's even more than I thought. He stuffs his mouth with marshmallows and jelly beans.
We're giving the fucking cat marshmallows and jelly beans. I cannot emphasize how, bad of an idea this is. You don't realize it, but sugar can be pretty fucking, okay. A somewhat normal amount of sugar for us can be fucking deadly for cats. It's not even because they have poorer sugar processing than us. It's because they're fucking a tenth of the size. If that. Anyways.
It's been so long. This might be the best night of my life.
That line gives me pause, though. What do you mean it's been so long?
Kibbles and I gorge ourselves on junk food until we can barely move. Thank you for today, Majima. I really needed this.
I don't feel so good.
Oh, did you eat me too much?
Climb out of my tent, hoping that some fresh air will stop me feeling sick. By the time I return to the tent, Kibbles is gone. So is a lot of the loot. Motherfucker just made off with half half the fucking shit that might put him in an early grave. Whatever. This is not medical advice. Do not take this game as medical advice. Instead, research. Research 10. A turn for the worse? What does that mean?
The professor lifts up the flap of my tent and pokes his head inside. Majima, may I have a word? Of course, sir. He lets the flap fall shut. I'm not sure what time it is, but it's still dark in my little shelter. I quickly pull my lab coat on over my pajamas and make my way outside to find the professor staring out to the sea. They're trying to build a prison! They're trying to build a prison! They're trying to build a prison!
Fucking System of a Down thought to themselves, how do we make a convincing case against the American prison system? And the first idea that came to their heads was, you know what we need to do? Use actual statistics! That is such an iconic move! They were like, shit, we could just let the numbers speak for themselves.
Is something wrong, Professor? No, well, yes, I suppose something is wrong. Our Mr. Bumble is getting worse, Majima. He's taken a turn in the night.
Oh my goodness, but he was doing so well. I was going to recommend we release him this week.
With older cats, this can be expected. A sudden relapse is common, and they become overwhelmed so quickly.
I can't believe it. Is it something I did or didn't do? Did I miss something?
Oh, Majima, I trust that you've done your absolute best for him, my dear, but I'm afraid he's in a lot of discomfort now.
His words cut like a knife. The words cut like a knife. Out of any animal being in pain is heartbreaking, but I've grown very attached to Mr. Bumble in the time I've been taking care of him.
We do a lot of good on this island, Majima, and it can truly be a joy to live with these beautiful animals and ensure that they are well and happy, but we also have to do a lot of things that we don't want to. Unpleasant things, you understand? Though we always have the best of intentions of the cats in mind.
I feel like I know what's coming, but I hope I'm wrong.
Mr. Bumble may yet live for a while, Majima, but his every waking moment will be full of pain and suffering. It's times like these that we must think about what is best for our subjects.
Professor takes a deep breath.
Mr. Bumble will have to be euthanized, my dear. There's no two ways about that. But I thought it may be nicer for him if you were the one to do it. You could say your goodbyes, stroke him, make him as comfortable as he can be, and then take away his pain with one quick injection of ketamine.
I'm frozen. I want to answer. Damn. What the fuck? What? What?
You don't have to agree, but I want to give you the choice. You'll be euthanized tonight either way. Would you like to be there?
I feel like my Pawpur voice isn't quite what it was last time, but at this point I don't really care. What's up? Research? This was research. Yeah, we were on research 10. Oh, that's important. Hold up, y'all. That's actually kind of fucking important. Research 14 is unlocked by... Ooh, okay. I gotta pay attention to some shit. But yeah, CD, I did very much enjoy Toxicity. That was a banger album. I've listened to the whole thing like twice-ish at this point. Highlights for me were Prison Song. Chop Suey. That one's pretty great. Science, I really liked. Title track, Toxicity is really good too. Yeah. I'll start with those. Yeah, Toxicity, Science, Chop Suey, Prison Song. Just as a whole, the whole album was it went down very smooth, I'd say. It's as energetic and as like punchy as the album is. I feel like it was a little less moody maybe than the self-titled album, which I think that's fine. I think that that works well for the album. Like I get that with the original System of a Down, it's a very, in my opinion, there were moments, at the very least moments on that album that get very, very moody. And I didn't sense as much of that from Toxicity. Had the same energy, it had the same like punchiness to it, but it was a bit lighter. It was a bit lighter and brighter of an album, I guess. Weird to say about a metal album, I guess. But my point that I'm trying to get across is that it didn't have the same moodiness as the self-titled, and I think that was a totally like acceptable choice that produced a great album. So yeah. So we have to find a way to save Mr. Bumbles. God, I don't know how to fucking do this shit. Hold up. Is this actually might be important. This is research 10. We gotta find a way to do this. Okay, hold on. So we go, let's try, let's try this one. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think I could.
Say no more, Majima. Completely understand. Would ya like to say goodbye?
I think about it for a second. As much as I don't want to see him in any pain, I would like to comfort him in his final moments.
Yes, please, sir. Okay, let's get this over with, shall we?
Professor lifts Mr. Bumble out of his crate. I'm a bit taken aback by how well he looks. I had braced myself for a different picture entirely. I'm grateful he doesn't look as sick as he is.
This will be quick and painless. Or would you like to hold him as he goes?
I nod. I can't muster any words. The professor hands Mr. Bumble to me, and as I cradle him, I feel him begin to purr. As the professor begins preparing the lethal injection, I take this moment to comfort Mr. Bumble and whisper some reassuring words, even though I know he can't understand me. It's okay, my friend. Nothing bad will happen to you.
Liar!
Righteous rage from Trixie, holy shit. I'm surprised to hear the familiar voice of Trixie coming from the shadows in the corner of the lab. I can't believe this! I trusted you! I cough away the sob in my throat and answer Trixie without raising a suspicion. I defended you when people called you a traitor. I believed in you, but you're just like him, aren't you? There's nothing wrong with that cat. Mr. Bumble is as healthy as I am. You've been unwell for a while, haven't you, Mr. Bumble? It's getting worse every day. Time to do the kindest thing possible for you, though it breaks my heart. I hope Trixie understands that I'm talking to her. She scoffs. He's fooled you too. I thought you were smarter than that. Can you not see what's going on here? The professor turns to me glumly, the injection in his hands.
Have you said your goodbyes, my dear?
I instinctively start backing away from the professor, holding the cap to my chest protectively.
Perhaps it's time to put Mr. Bumble in his crate. I'll take things from here.
I can't watch this! I see Trixie's shadow slink out of the tent. Alright, so, I don't know about you, y'all. I think we gotta refuse. No!
I know it's difficult, but the sooner the better. It's best not to draw these things out.
But he seems so well, Professor, and he's purring.
I know, my dear. That's because he likes you. And just because he's unwell, that doesn't mean he's unhappy. You've seen that. You've seen to that. Professor, can we not just postpone this? Just a few more days, please. I think I could make it better. Majima, let's be grown-ups now. Pawpur scoops Bumble away from me with one arm, and before I can protest, I see the syringe disappear into Mr. Bumble's long fur. There, all done. Wasn't that easy? Leave the tent, determined to find Trixie and make things good with her. She's nowhere to be seen, so I leave a little note at the end of her entrance of her cave before I go back to bed.
Damn, bro. What the fuck? Shit was dark as hell. Motherfuckers out here euthanizing perfectly healthy cats. What the fuck?
This issue of Kanashi Boy is super tattered. What has Kibble's been doing with it? Using it as a scratch post? I grab the mini hot iron and some sticky tape and get to work neatening it. I iron each page flat, unfolding the bent over corners, lining up the tears and patching them. I work slowly and meticulously. Surprisingly therapeutic. After about an hour, I sit back and admire my work. I'm quite proud of the end result. Not quite good as new, but definitely carefully pre-loved. I reread the issue, delicately appreciating every flaw. I think I shall rename this one
Kintsugi Boy. What is Kintsugi? I think I know what that might be, but I'm gonna go check real quick. Kintsugi. Ah, yeah. Kintsugi it made its rounds on social media, but it's that Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by, like, the little, like, you get, like, the little veins of, like, gold in it, the final product. Were you able to actually listen to the King Gizzard album? No. What do you think I listened to instead? Would you like to guess, CD? Yeah, I will keep listening to both of them because I did dig both self-titled and Toxicity. So, I will let you know as things progress. But right now, I'd say I slightly prefer the first one right now. I think it's mostly on the strength. Like, I think on average they're very close, but I think, like, the strength of a few individual tracks on self-titled are like, at least at the moment, putting that album a little higher in my standings. But that could change. What'd you listen to? I listened to Spiderland by Slim.
This next experiment proves to be very interesting.
Let's go fucking date Kibbles or whatever. Fucking hell. But yeah, I actually found that album to be quite enjoyable. It's definitely that one definitely is got moodiness to it. I think my favorite song was the final one, Good Morning Captain. I really liked that one a lot. But the whole thing was just, I really liked like the guitar tone and like chords and stuff, or not chords, but just like chords, just sort of how the chord progression, I guess, better way to put it, just the way the melodies sounded. It actually reminded me, there's a little bit, some of the like the moodier, spookier Trey Anastasio guitar work. It reminded me a little bit of that, and in the best way possible. So yeah, aesthetic is killer. Guitar tones, they use the screaming sparingly, and I think it's leveraged to great effect. Absolutely. More so brooding. I like the word brooding for that album. I really like that word. And again, this one I've actually only listened to once, and it was on my way to school this morning. So like, only so much I can say. But those like cursory first glance, just how the album sounds, those were my thoughts. I haven't seen Kibble since our pizza party the other night. I want to make sure he didn't overdo it once he left my tent. I approached the clearing, near the bushes he likes to hide in. Kibbles, you there? No answer. Kibbles! The bush sneezes. I know you're in there, Kibbles. You just sneezed.
Still no answer. Kibbles, if you don't come out here, I'm coming in to get you. Kibbles lazily rolls out of the bushes.
Oh, hi, Majima. I didn't hear you coming.
Kibbles, are you avoiding me?
No, I've just been really busy.
I pull a sticky sweet wrapper out of his long fur. Yes, I can see that. Is everything okay? I've been worried about you. You left so quickly the other night.
Well, I figured the night was over with you about to lose your guts outside.
Then you'll be pleased to know that I was not, in fact, sick. I did feel terrible all night, though. What were you thinking?
What were you thinking, you mean? I happen to know my limits.
The opening track, Breadcrumb Trail, is my 44th favorite song of all time, and the closing track, Good Morning Captain, is my 43rd. Okay, nice. I definitely liked the opening. I just remember of everything on the album, the closing track sticking out to me the most. I don't feel so good, I'ma leave, bye-bye. Okay, Amy, feel better, thank you for stopping by.
Except that you were sick on the way home, weren't you?
How'd you know about that?
I didn't until just now.
It was worth it. We should do that again.
Not with me, you won't. So, what's been keeping you away?
I've been working on my project.
Project? What's that?
Just my latest comic.
Comic? You made one?
Yeah, I've been working on it for ages. You're the first person I've told about it.
Well, I'm honored. Tell me more. What's it about? Can I see it?
Show pro gameplay. What gameplay? I'm just moving the text forward. This is barely gameplay.
It's about a lot of stuff. You can have it, actually.
Really? Kibbles hands me a stack of papers covered with crude markings held together with tape and staples. Oh, it's nice.
It's just a first draft. That'll be worth loads to the right correct collector.
Crank's 90s quick, bro. The verses in 7-8 is in very inconsistent bars of 3-4. Shit, I didn't see that line. I'm gonna go check the VOD real quick so I can actually get that line.
I was worried that being a cat would limit my artistic ability, but obviously I'm a savant.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, well, it has a unique smell, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to get pens and paints out here. I had to get pretty creative.
Something tells me I'd rather not know about his creative techniques. Thank you for this, Kibbles. I'll read it as soon as I get back to base.
Yeah, well, it's pretty complex. You might not get everything on your first read, though.
I look at the scratchings, paw prints, and splatters that make up the pages of this first rare edition. No doubt. Maybe once I've read it, we can go through it together?
Yeah, okay, you'll probably need my help.
Right, I'll go make a start then. Thanks again, Kibbles. That's really sweet.
Kibble's voice destroys my throat. Yes, it's so good, CD. It's so good. That was definitely one of the most memorable parts for me. Memorable parts. Fucking Recon. Why not? We have Recon 1. We're gonna go Kibble's comic. This feels about right.
I'm laying in my tent looking at the comic Kibbles made. It's a really heartwarming thing. He's put a lot of work into it. As I'm looking, I noticed something behind some of the colors. It looks like Kibbles might have painted over something he found. He'd just about make out a signature in the lower right corner. The more I squint, the more I believe it's Professor Pawpur's. I wonder what this used to be. I suppose it'd be possible to clean off the paint and see what's underneath, but I can't bring myself to do that. Maybe there's something in the lab that I can use to see more without destroying the artwork? I arrive at the lab just after dark, but I'm guaranteed to have a place for myself. There's a portable x-ray machine in the back. We use it to examine the bones of cats after changing their diet. There's a light box attached to it so we can see the x-rays properly. It's this piece of equipment that I'm hoping will reveal the secrets in their Kibble's work of art.
I don't know about that. Can you get... Does paper work with that? Really? For this to work, either the paper and not the ink or the paint would have to reflect the x-rays, or like just the ink on the original sheet. Lots of coolness to search for with the time signatures. Even the more ambient tracks are really fire. Okay, I'm up for some lore. And I will pay attention to that upon future listens. Average me not being able to speak moment.
I lay out the comic on top of the light box. I can see the image quite clearly under the paint.
Oh, I mean, if you're just using oh, he's just using the light box, not the x-ray itself. Okay, that makes sense. That checks out.
It's a letter. Dear Jonathan, firstly, I would like to wish yourself and Martha a very happy New Year. I understand your concerns. The recent closure of our account at your cat farm may indeed negatively affect your business. I can assure you that this decision...
Let me try this paragraph again.
I understand your concerns. The recent closure of our account at your cat farm may indeed negatively impact your business. I can assure you, this decision was not taken lightly. I would like to take the time to personally thank you and your family for your help in providing us with cats over the years. From your last letter, it's clear that you don't fully understand our reasoning. The traditional methods of farming cats have, as you pointed out, been perfectly acceptable for many years. However, recent advances in technology that our team have employed mean that we are able to produce cats on a far greater scale, and much more quickly than using the traditional methods.
The title makes it seem like you were dating cats. What would give you that impression? What would give you that impression? Now, why would you think that? It's not like that's exactly what this game is about or anything. Though, having made that joke, you gotta trust me. Yes, the game is about dating cats. But I promise this game is good. I promise. And I mean, you also gotta take into... Nah, because I wasn't here during the streams. Aw, fuck. Yeah, no, that is actually what the game is about. Do keep in mind, there's a couple bits of nuance to this. The characters that you are playing throughout this game are actually turning into cats. They are undergoing, like, a human-to-cat transformation that is induced by a strange and mysterious illness that plagues the island. And so the point of the game is, through the course of several research assistants that come to this island and have them and get infected by this cat virus, to work on an antidote to the like mysterious ailment that turns you into a cat, all while discovering the underlying conspiracies and misdeeds of the guy who runs this operation, Professor Pawpur. I know it sounds crazy, I know it sounds insane, I know the game is whack, but I promise the game is a lot of fun. They rented the studio for 4 days. Brian McMahon... Okay, this is the second and final album from Slim, released in 1991. After the songs were made, the band members flew out to see each other and professionally record the songs in a studio. They rented the studio for 4 days. Brian McMahon, the lead singer, was on his way to the studio when he was hit by a car. Dead serious, just struck by a car just before the first studio day. Anyways, he still showed up to record even though he's hurting like fuck. And he continued the recording process for the next 4 days. So know that every vocal on that album, including the screams, Brian McMahon was in massive physical pain for all of it. Just show pro dating gameplay. Trust. All right. We'll get you the pro dating gameplay. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it.
Our offshore facility can produce 100 cats in the time it would take you to rear 10. I would, however, like to repeat our offer of a job in the offshore nursery. Your family has been an asset to this company for many years, and we would like to show you our loyalty and appreciation. Please do consider this offer seriously. Warm wishes and season's greetings from Professor Pawpur and the team.
Cure my male loneliness. Coming right up. Coming right up.
An offshore cat breeding facility? We have an island overrun with cats right here. Why would we need... Before I can even form the question in my mind, I know what the answer is. This island is the offshore facility. Professor Pawpur was obviously keeping it well under wraps. I look back at Kibble's sweet picture and wonder how on earth he had this letter in his possession. Slowly, another thought begins to force its way into my consciousness. What if Jonathan and Martha accepted the offer that was made to them and came to work on the island? What if they brought their young son with them? Could this be Kibble's parents?
Damn. Well, that took a turn.
I decide to respect Kibble's privacy and keep this information to myself. He may not remember any of this, and I don't want to distress him.
So the increasing implication as we go through this game is that the cats that we meet on this island are not in fact actual cats, but are humans that throughout the course of however many years have been slowly turned into cats. So that's the other layer to this. We are pretty sure at this point that Kibbles is in fact, was in fact originally a human who was brought to this island and turned into a cat. We're just fucking around with him, I guess. But that's not all. After the 4 days had passed, it took such a toll on Brian McMahon that he not only disbanded the band, but instantly checked into a mental asylum when he got home. Like I said some time ago, this is the reason that the band disbanded before the album actually released. Jesus Christ. That's a damn interesting story indeed. Alright, we're gonna do a quick recon. Yeah, we'll do recon, romance, research. Sounds good. Cheeky little recon. There's something the professor is hiding from me. No shit. No shit. There's a fucking trap door. Watch him fall through a bleeding trap door looking ass.
There's a trap door on the floor of the lab that is completely off limits. I've spied the professor going in and out a couple of times, but he always keeps it locked and it's never mentioned. He uses a key card to enter, but as far as I'm aware, there are no copies. Strange though, having a trap door in a tent, let alone a special high-tech security? I can't help wondering what on earth could be down there. I don't know if it's the catification of this environment, but my curiosity has really started to get the better of me recently. I spent some time ruminating and finally formulated a plan on how to get past the trap door and into whatever's beneath it. But this is more than a one-person job. I need to find an accomplice. I've made my way down to the beach, to a familiar sight at this time of day. Nudie Booty, McMurphy, and Kibbles are reclining in the afternoon sun. Oh god, I gotta do all their voices at once. The gang's all here!
Did you count? There's only 3 of us.
I didn't mean it literally, Kibbles. Kibbles, whatever, fuck. But it's good to catch ya. I need a willing volunteer to help me on my mission.
Majima, my dear, charmed though I am to see you, you really do have a particular skill for interrupting one's beauty sleep. Now, if you could just move slightly to your left, you're casting a shadow.
I shift my position and lower my expectations. This may not go as smoothly as I hope. How about it, Merce? Fancy going on an adventure?
Kara, you must know cats a bit better than that by now. You're gonna have to give us all the details before you can get any of us to agree to anything.
Okay, How about this for intrigue? I have discovered a trap door in the ground of the main lab.
Yeah? What about it?
Oh, you know about it already?
Obviously, it's not exactly hidden.
So, what's down there?
No, don't care.
Only the professor goes down there, Carl, and you can't blame us for not wanting to keep him company. Not that we'd be welcome.
This stream truly brings a tear to my eye. I'm glad you understand the vision. I'm glad you understand the vision. Both Breadcrumb Trail and Good Morning Captain have been in my Discord bio. You gotta remind me what specific passages of the song you used for that. I'm kind of curious because I don't think I noticed it at the moment. Oh, I almost feel like I looked up one of your Discord bios at one point and saw Spiderland, but I could be just making that up. Whether it's from joy or sadness is yet to be determined.
Come on, guys. Any of you slightly curious? I already have a plan figured out. All I need is someone smart, stealthy, and skillful to be my partner in crime.
Carl, there are many things I'd do for you, but going into the professor's territory is not one of them.
I'm surprised at you, McMurphy. I thought you at least would be lured by the thrill of the unknown.
Unknown to my eye, whatever the professor's hiding down there can't be good. That much we do know.
I don't even know why you asked us. How can a bunch of cats help you?
Glad you asked that, Kibbles. In brief, I have already worked out that the door is operated by an automated mechanism. When the boss walks through the door, it closes and locks behind him instantly. Well, almost instantly. It's your job to prevent that mechanism from making contact.
Obviously, but how?
I will sneak you into the lab in my backpack, and when the professor is exiting the trapdoor, I will distract him while you make a break for it, and using your epic weapon as a tool, prevent the door from fully sealing.
Oh, yeah, my weapon, and what would that be?
Your pebble! Kibbles looks like he's about to scarper in it. No, I have to move quick. I open my rucksack. In you pop. I knew you'd be the bravest cat of them all. McMurphy flashes me a wink and nudges Kibbles forward.
Valiant and brave as ever, Kibbles. You're a better man than me.
Kibbles gulps and slinks into my backpack. I head to the lab before he can change his mind.
Oh, hey, Poke. Zesty Arcturus. Creeping up into the sky, stopping at the top and starting down. The girl grabbed my hand, I clutched it tight, and I said goodbye to the ground. Oh my god, I almost feel like I remember that. Shakespeare's been real quiet since this drop. Also, me and my brother have a running joke that every time we enter a vinyl store, I always say, today is going to be the day I find and buy Spiderland. I want a CD of the album so bad, but the album is so obscure that there are almost a non-existent amount of these CDs in existence. No! When he woke, there was no trace of the ship, only the dawn was left behind the storm. He felt the creaking of the stairs beneath him that rose from the seat door. That sounds familiar, yeah. Okay, cool. Those are both good passages right there.
Now you've got to be as quiet as you can. A muffled voice comes from inside my bag.
Hey, Majima, your job is really boring.
Kibbles, my job isn't waiting around for people to go through trapdoors all day.
What exactly is your job?
Well, it varies from day to day. Most of the time, I'm looking after the cats. A friendly tabby called Oscar meows from his cage as if he knows what we're talking about. Other days, I might receive a delivery of samples and have to run extensive tests and log the information.
Hey, Majima, your job is really boring.
Shh!
Toe-curling, jaw-dropping, mind-blowing lines. Bro, better write my English essay. Nice.
I cut him off as the trapdoor begins to open, and I give my backpack an elbow as the professor emerges.
Good day, Majima. You getting on the new samples, are we?
Always good to get a head start. Oh, yes, sir. I actually wanted to ask your opinion on this one. As I walked the professor over to my workstation, Kibbles has already leapt out of my bag and darted through the trapdoor just before it closes. Actually, I see what I've done. I misread the 8 for a 3. Now it all makes sense. Sorry to waste your time, Professor.
No worries, Majima. Say, may I ask when the last time was that you visited the optician?
Just before I came to the island. Everything was perfectly normal, sir.
Jolly good, just checking.
The professor pushes his specs up onto the bridge of his nose and walks out of the room. breathe a sigh of relief and run over to Kibbles. He wedged the small rock inside the rim so that I can pull the heavy door open. Well done, comrade. I knew you were the cat for the job. Kibbles looks proud in spite of his fear.
Victory or death.
I stepped down to join him, meaning the pebble wedging the door opened the door above our heads. Both got some mad haircut.
Immediately, I can make out a staircase in the gloom, taking us further underground. By the time we reach the last step, the temperature has changed noticeably, and I realize my teeth are chattering.
Why the cats be looking high on crayons? I think it's mostly just this one. This essentially is like what happens when a Discord mod Reddit user gets turned into a cat. I can't think of a better way to describe Kibble's character.
Don't be scared, Majima. I'll protect you.
Thank you, Kibbles. I fumble along the wall for a light switch. As soon as the lights come up, I cannot help but gasp. In front of us is a set of steel cabinets. The light glints off of them and forces my eyes into a squint. This place reminds me of something, but I cannot think what. The drawers on the cabinets are neatly labeled, each explaining what's contained within. Gallbladder, claw front left, parotid gland. There are hundreds of these, row upon row. I open the drawer labeled claw right rear right. That's what I feared I would find. Boxed claw samples, each labeled with a name, number, and some notes about that particular subject. Age, weight, breed, coloring. Every component that makes up a cat is laid out neatly in front of us. As a scientist, I'm used to seeing animal parts, but there's something different about this place. Sheer volume is overwhelming. Cat after butchered cat. It's horrifying. I feel sick. I know what this place reminds me of. A morgue.
What the hell is this? Is this what they're doing to the cats that die here?
I wonder if they're even waiting for them to die, but I keep my thoughts to myself. I look through the notes that Pawpur left on top of the cabinet. It looks like they harvest these from the cats that died during testing so they can study the effects of various compounds on each of the specimens. Neither Kibbles nor I feel curious anymore. We decide to close this particular door behind us.
Goddamn. Yeah, like I feel like I remember this. Like in the fifth fucking the fifth fucking chapter of this game, shit just takes a turn for the dark. Like it just gets dark. So the other are high on chalk. You could say he looks like that for his kit. Oh dear. Oh dear. What a pun. All right. Flashbacks to fucking Katsuo Shoujo.
I'm sitting outside my tent, trying my best to make sense of Kibble's comic. I'm desperately hoping for something, anything that I can understand enough to talk to him about. It's no use. Just as I'm giving up, I see Kibbles approaching from the forest. Kibbles, what are you doing here?
I figured you'd have finished my comic by now and you'd be ready to go through it with me.
Oh, yeah, sure. It was complicated, like you said.
I knew you wouldn't get it.
Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't really understand very much at all.
Let's start at the beginning then, shall we?
Kibble sits down next to me and flips the comic open on the first page.
It's semi-autobiographical. My memoirs, if you will. From what I can remember anyway, this page is about my parents.
Kibbles points to a pair of red paw prints.
It's my earliest memory. My mom and dad sitting together while I played in the garden.
He turns the page. This one has just one red paw on it.
Money was tight, but mom worked a lot of overtime. It was just me and dad most of the time. This next bit is about when I started high school.
The page is chaotic. Bright smudges and scratches cover every inch.
I didn't really fit in high school.
Uh-huh.
Kibbles gestures to a page with a big scratch from top to bottom.
This is the day where Troy started pushing me around. Look at this bit.
Thick black substance covers the paper. Worried about what it might signify.
This is my happiest memory. Sitting alone by myself in my room reading comics.
Kibbles flips to a more colorful page.
This is when Dad started taking me to the comic store after school. It's like a whole new world for me. I had lost interest in the commercial stuff. It started to feel lamestream to me. I discovered manga. It's way more on my level. Way more intellectual.
Fucking shit, dude. Kibbles turns page after page explaining the significance of the manga he'd read, how they shaped him and helped him escape from his problems.
Kibbles, I think this is great. The way you're opening up to me. It's real privilege.
Suppose.
Never thought about it lots, but I wondered if I should ask.
Ask what?
Were you originally human? I mean, were you catified? He's lowered the comic and is looking at me with an expression of incredulity.
I can't believe you just asked me that.
I'm sorry, you don't have to answer.
Are you actually joking? This whole comic is about my transition and stuff. What were you reading? If I wasn't even originally human, how would I have had a manga collection that would make any otaku proud? How would I be able to read even?
Yeah, of course I knew. I just mean, I was asking more about how it happened. How, when, where, that stuff.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. But, like, for whatever reason, Kibble's story arc has given us some of the most insane lore drops in this entire game. Like, Kibble's actual story is kind of bleh. But, like, in the background, we've had, like, all of the best lore drops of the game.
He's fixed his eyes back on the page.
Can't tell ya.
Too soon?
Well, obviously not. We're looking at my entire existence here.
I feel a little foolish.
I just can't remember. Only bits, but it keeps getting less. Like it's fading in the sun.
I feel his frustration. Direct us back to the safety of reading. It's okay. This is great. It documents everything. Finally, he turns to the last spread. The one I'd been avoiding as the pages were stuck together. He pries them apart carefully so as not to tear anything. It's a type of collage. He's used bits of chewed up plants to stick down various objects. Amongst the colorful markings, there's a panel for my copy of Kanashi Boy, some sweet wrappers, and in the center, the unremarkable pebble, one that Kibbles claimed he was looking for the first night we met in the clearing. There's a blue and green paw print on it. Kibbles, it's beautiful.
This page is about you.
Me?
Yeah, well, us.
Us? What about us?
You and me, our story.
You wrote a story about us?
No, the story that we are, that is, I want.
Take your time, Kibbles. Count to 10, use your words.
I'm not a kid, don't patronize me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, I was just trying to help.
It's just confusing. I don't know what to say because I don't know what I feel.
About what?
About this!
Kibbles angrily jabs the comic with his claw until it hooks into the paper and he can't unstick himself. Do you need help, or? I really don't want to be patronizing. Kibbles finally tears his paw free and looks me directly in the eye and blurts out one word.
Love!
Fucking shit, dude.
I'm not sure I even fully heard him correctly, but I'm frightened to ask him to repeat himself, so I take a punt. Love?
Maybe.
Kibbles, I may be a very clever scientist, but I can't read minds. You're gonna have to tell me what it is you're trying to say.
Maybe I might have love feelings, possibly for you, I think.
Oh!
Dense ass motherfucker. It was very obvious.
Okay.
He really fucking wrote fan fiction. He really fucking did.
Well, that's good.
It is.
The fucking music change. The music change. I can't with that change in music.
Yes, because maybe I might have love feelings possibly for you too, I think too.
You might?
I do.
No, we're not going that far, CD. What is that fucking sprite? Nah.
Yes, so do I. Definitely, I think.
Kibbles looks like he doesn't quite know what to do next, so I bend down and we share an affectionate nuzzle.
He purrs loudly and then bites my arm and runs away.
Boy, where do you think you're going? I chase him through the forest.
You know, maybe I would have liked the conclusion of that event if I didn't still, like, really intensely dislike Kibbles. I'm sorry, Kibbles. I'm sorry. Except I'm not really. I'm not that sorry. Let's see if we got any more extras. Yes, no, maybe so? No. Cool. Research 14. Lunch meeting.
I'm quite excited about today. I was very surprised when Professor Pawpur told me he told me a few days ago that he was giving me Thursday off. Although I'm supposed to have Sundays as rest day, there's never really time off, as one always needs something done. But the professor was quite categorical about it.
I do not want to see you anywhere near this research facility. Miss Marigold will prepare enough food for you for the day. Go visit some of the places we've been doing our fieldwork or something. There's never enough time to fully explore. A tired researcher is a sloppy researcher. Recharge your batteries.
I must admit I had a pain of suspicion, but was eager to have a whole day to myself, so I didn't hesitate. So here I am, heading out to the far eastern side of the island, to have a closer look at the blue-colored moss that grows on the moist cliffs overhanging the sea. It's the part of the island least populated by cats. I wonder why.
Hey, Spurk. Is this game?
I've decided to take my breakfast with me and sit down on some small rocks just outside our residential area to enjoy the quiet.
That smells good.
Goodness, Bee, you startled me. Thought I was alone.
You're very much alone, I would say.
I feel very irritated. Why does she always talk in riddles? I'm in the mood for this today. If you want to share some of my food, you're welcome to, but let's not talk, eh? Thank you.
Jeneric. Jeneric has already been catified, don't worry.
I'm taken aback. No enigmatic answer or smarty pants remark. He simply accepts the piece of bacon I've torn up and put on the rock beside me.
This one looks like he's really good at basking. What does that mean? I mean, yeah, I guess this one's really tall. Tall Akat. Yippee! Congratulations, Spurk.
I haven't had this stuff for such a long time. Bacon? Oh, yes, I'd forgotten its name. Did the previous researcher share their breakfast with you? No, it was mine, I think. Finding it harder and harder to remember. What are my thoughts? The small brown cat is becoming upset, and I reach out to stroke her instinctively, but she shrinks back from my hand. I wouldn't hurt you, Bee. I was just trying to comfort you. But you will hurt me. You won't mean to, but you will. I don't understand. It's like a dream. If I try to grasp it, it vanishes. I'm losing my memories, and I want so much to pass them on before they're lost forever. It's okay. I manage to coax her close enough to run my finger along her cheek, and she responds, moving in closer. It doesn't have to make sense, you know? You can just talk, let it all pour out. See what we discover. Where are you going? Why aren't you at work? You should be finding out. Finding it. She has sat up abruptly and pulled back, thrown. Finding what? I can't. It's a thing at work. Oh, there's no work today. The professor gave me the day off, so I'm headed to the Blue Moss Cliffs. Don't. What? Don't go there. The Blue Moss, it's something. It's what happens when we dispose of stuff from the secret lab. Are you okay, B? He's tricking you. My name's not B. It's not. It's... I know. That's just what the last assistant called you. You can be called anything you like. I'm trying my best to calm her down. She's very distressed, and I'm afraid for her well-being. Well, let me help you. I have some cat soothe in my bag. I quickly open the small bottle and tip a little of the clear fluid into the palm of my hand. Surprisingly, B immediately starts lapping at the little pool. Within a short time, she's calm and allowing me to stroke her. Toxic. Pardon? Toxic. That's the word I was looking for. The blue moss area? Yes. She's purring now, and though being able to remember has comforted her. You also said we. We? We disposed of this stuff in the secret lab? You got there in the end, didn't you? I have a sickening excitement in my stomach. We? You were me! You had my job before me! A long time ago. Her speech is slurry and her eyes are drooping. Like a dream, I need to wake up from this dream. Get back to him. To me. B, talk to me. Who is he? I need to know. No answer, as the little cat is snoozing. I've come to the forest to gather my thoughts. This morning I noticed another change in my appearance. Up until now it's been easy to cover up my transition. I just had to keep on top of removing the excess body hair. Even the stub of a tail that appeared a few days ago hasn't been a problem. Who would see it? But this new development? Definitely a turning point. How am I going to explain the fact that my pupils have turned into vertical slits? I can't risk anyone seeing me like this, so I'm going to hide out for a while and see what happens. Sometime later. Looking around, I don't remember ever being happier. Laying here in the forest with Kibbles, reading a new edition of Kanashi Boy.
They just fucking put the haircut on the goddamn cat! What is that? What is that?
Are you ever gonna tell me how you managed to get a hold of these books?
Yeah, I could.
Really? Finally?
But then I'd have to kill you. Yeah.
That Nya's gonna fucking kill me, what the hell?
We're interrupted by the familiar sound of the ferry arriving at the pier. Seems our replacement has already arrived.
That must be the new research assistant. Want to go and annoy them?
Kibbles never gets tired of being Kibbles. Nah, you go if you like. I'm gonna have a nap in a minute.
Yeah, me too. It's hard work, all this reading.
There was a time I would have thought he was being ridiculous, but these days I have to agree. It's the pages. Reading pages is surprisingly taxing with Paws. I feel lucky that's the only thing I have to complain about. My life is really charmed. I know now that I made the right decision. It used to worry me. I felt guilty about giving up my work on the antidote. I resisted the urge to join Kibbles and the rest of the gang for as long as possible, but I think a small part of me always knew I would give in eventually. Now, I have no regrets. None of the other cats blame me. They're happy for Gibbs and I. One big family.
Want to go cliff hopping later? After we sleep hops.
I'm happy to do whatever you want, Gibbs.
Really?
Of course.
Okay. Give me a making biscuits massage while I fall asleep, would ya?
I roll over and open one eye to see Kibbles as the broadest grin on his face. I swish it with my tail and drift off in blissful sleep.
Bum 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 bum. The ending achieved, player 2. Damn. Damn. Why? Alright, well, we are on track right now. We've got 3 more research, 3 more recon, 1 more cat, and 6 of the antidote. Alright. Friends. We need a new name. What shall we name this person? Trying to think. CD, great minds think alike. I was about to suggest exactly the same thing. Makoto, it fucking is. Though I now need to give a voice to her. Makoto Nijima to the rescue. Hey, step off the boat. I kind of want to make her sound like sort of like typical nerdy girl stereotype. I don't fucking know. Step off the boat and onto Cat Island. I'm full of anticipation about what my first day will bring. I don't know, y'all. Maybe that doesn't feel very nice. I'm not sure that feels very good. What voice should I give her? I've got it. CD. What if we just use the Mirabelle voice? What if we just use the Mirabelle voice? Alright, I gotta engine rev that one since I haven't done it in a while. Hi, Sifrin. 8 hours, 1 journal, and a wild cat chase later. So, apparently this first day brings physical assault and the biggest trauma of my life. I thought that was fan-made. Did you just get to the end of chapter 4?
Oh, is it awake? Cuban, we need to talk to you.
Save it. I know how this goes, fluffy bum. Blah blah, catification, blah blah, evasive answers, blah blah, antidote, and basically, you need my help. Did I miss anything?
No, not really.
Wow, you really did read that journal from front to back, didn't you? Front to back.
Yes, are you going to help us or not? Help the kitties.
Fine, I'll help. Whatever. See you after my day job. I've returned to the camp feeling a bit less grumpy. I'm just about to enter the lab to begin my legitimate work when the catalog beeps. Message without any contact information. Don't give the game away. Who the hell? Someone needs to take that phone away from Mason Marigold. At this point, just call any short hair girl Makoto, bro. The rest of the day is uneventful, just working in the lab with the professor. Cannot wait to start unpacking this mystery. Unpicking this mystery. I suppose the cats are my starting point. They must know more than they're letting on. I intend to get at the heart of each of them, see what secrets they may hold. Ooh, I do need to check on order. So you will notice the only option now is Ravenpaw. And I believe Ravenpaw is only open at the very freaking end of this game. So I do need to take a look-see real quick. Available with your 5th character. Research 15 is available with character 6. Research 17 is unlocked by Research 15, and Research 18 is unlocked by Research 17. So all the research options open up. Normally, Research 18 is the usual Date 4 recon unlock. Okay, Recon 3 is available with character 6. Recon 12 is available with Recon 3. Okay, so it all just opens up normally at this point. Yeah. Everything goes according to plan. I'm the new cancer, never look better, you can't stand it. But you say so under your breath, you're beating the get some, haven't you heard that? I was actually re-listening to a bit of that first Panic at the Disco album earlier, and honestly, that's a pretty goated album. The first Panic at the Disco album, they really had something special going there. And this is coming from someone who's actually a pretty damn big fan of even some of the later stuff when it was reduced to mostly just Brendan. Like, but that first album, that's got some special sauce to it. I mildly enjoy it. All right. All right. I think we're just gonna start hanging out with Ravenpaw. I gotta keep vocal revving this main character because I'm not quite in practice with his voice yet.
Hi, Sifrin. Ravenpaw's health has made some heartening improvements lately, so much so that the professor and I decided she didn't need to be in isolation anymore and could be moved into the lab for further treatment. As I prepare the salve in my pestle and mortar, I'm distracted by a tiny plaintive sound. I turn around and Ravenpaw's curled up in her cage, motionless. As I resume my work, there it is again, and I realize she's humming. Is that you? I thought you were asleep.
I don't remember. Take away of a lot of the lyrics. What problem do you have with the lyrics? I have to ask. Nails for breakfast, tacks for snacks. That might just be another instance of auto-tuning just genuinely not bothering me.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was humming out loud. What is that tune? Oh, it's just the song my mom used to sing for me. I hum it sometimes to get to sleep. It sounds lovely. Maybe if you taught it to me, I could sing it to you when you're feeling poorly. Ravenpaw frowns at me and buries her face under her paw. Can't sing. I disagree. I bet you have a lovely voice. No. I put my tools down and go over to her. Well, maybe you'd like to listen to some songs instead. I believe this has a music library. I take the catalog from my lab coat pocket. Let me see. How do I work this thing? I haven't used this function before. I fumble with the options until a song called Summertime begins to play. How about this?
Yeah, what is this song? Zero % auto-tune, 100% talent.
What is that? It's by Soft Summer. Do you like it? It's catchy, right? It's making me want to claw my eyeballs out of my skull. Let's turn this off then, shall we? I frantically fiddle about with the catalog until the music stops. I think my ears might actually be bleeding. Oh gosh, I'll go get my otoscope and some cotton buds. Not literally, you donkey. Oh, right, of course. You were making fun of me. I've never seen Ravenpaw be so open. It's great that she's inching out of her shell, but I'm not sure how best to react. Well, I think I can download more music onto this thing. What would you like to listen to? It's okay. You don't have to waste your data on me. It's not a waste if it would make you happy, Ray. Go on. You must have a favorite band. Ravenpaw goes quiet, lost in thought, until finally she mumbles her response. Mad Catters, IT.
Is this Mad Catters? Sowed wishes. Surge could never. Oh my god, this might be the funniest part of the game so far. Yo, hold up. The guitar's actually kind of good. What? I think they literally made these songs for this scene. This is what I love about this game. Like, regardless of the actual quality of the product at hand, like, some people clearly poured their heart and soul into this game.
Oh, wow, this is loud. Yeah. Yes! Ravenpaw smiles and closes her eyes in appreciation. I sit awkwardly waiting for the racket to end. Ravenpaw looks totally relaxed, shield slightly lowered. Finally, the screaming stops, and I hurriedly put my catalog back into my lab coat pocket before she can ask me to play something else. Not for you, then? I just don't get it. My ears just heard racket. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's good we're all unique. So, cards on table time. All-time favorite song? Oh, there are too many. You probably wouldn't like any of them anyway. That's not the point. It's your taste, not mine. I showed you mine. Okay, well, always be a Bowie song. Respect. Really? You like him? How could you not? I think it would have to be off the album Hunky Dory.
Isn't this like the second time they've mentioned Bowie in this game?
Choice, what song? Feeling flushed with success. This is going better than I could ever imagined. Kooks. Cute. As if you stay with us, you're gonna be pretty kooky too. I'm delighted she knows it. Maybe I am a little bit cool after all. I'll see if I can download some of his stuff for next time. Is that it then? I'm afraid so. I should probably get back to work. Ravenpaw looks dejected. If that's okay? Yeah, whatever.
I've realized that these voices are fucking really similar. Fucking similar. They're just different registers. Like, in terms of, like, inflection and how I'm manipulating my voice, these are very, very similar voices. But Makoto's is higher, in line with Mirabelle, and this one is a bit lower pitched. And voices like that are really hard to differentiate, because when I'm acting with them, I want them to have more dynamic range. And so they end up... The lower end of Makoto ends up intersecting with the higher end of Ravenpaw.
Wait. You said you would sing to me? I feel myself go cold and self-consciousness engulfs me, but I try my hardest not to let it show.
Oh shit! Thank you, Azeweeb. Thank you. Subscribe. You know what, CD? I think I can kind of see it.
Well, yes, if you'd like. If you really want to, I suppose I wouldn't mind. I clear my throat and feel myself begin to blush. So, what shall I sing? Any favorites? I don't know. What did your mom used to sing to you? Oh, crikey. She used to sing a lot of things, but I don't know if I can remember any of them. Let me think. Oh, I know. Bounce, little baby, bounce on my knee. Soft, pink, and chubby. When you awake, you'll have your tea. And I don't know what the actual melody of this song is supposed to be. So we're just gonna make some shit up. Bounce, little baby, on my knee. Soft and pink and chubby. When you awake, you'll have your tea and a bath so you're not grubby.
Fuck it. Moving on.
Dream, little baby, on my lap. Hap, 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 happy. Here is a kiss for your sweet nose, and now change your nappy. God damn it, Purrfect Date developers! How could you do this to me? You knew that in the year 2025, on the day, August 28th, Leo Arcturus would be live dubbing your game. And you did this just to spite me. Banger cover, and I didn't even need to spend 330,000 points. As I sing, I notice Ravenpaw visibly relax. She's stretched out a bit, and I realize it's the first time I've seen her uncurl herself. Though there's plenty of room in her crate, she's always a tight little ball of fur in the corner. When I finish singing, she opens one eye. That was dramatic. You should probably go back to your work now. Rude! Ravenpaw makes a small squeaky sound I've not heard her make before. Are you okay? Yes. She's laughing! And so are you.
I actually really liked that scene. That scene was just kind of goated. Like, setting aside the context of the game and whatever, that scene was just kind of goated. Like, they made 2 entire fake songs just for that scene. Just for that scene. Or maybe they'll reuse them later in this specific route, but like, just for this part of the game, they made two entire custom songs. Well integrated. Good song about sticking to your guns and liking what you like. Like, it's just, that was just a good ass part of the story. Recon time. I expect this will be a lot less pleasant. Mr. Marigold, oh dear God. Have we heard this song? I think we have. Did they actually fucking use the cat piano to make some of these songs? Like, I swear to God, it sounds like they used the cat piano.
Today is my day off, and I'm trying to stay out of sight. The professor doesn't like me being around camp on my downtime. I don't know why, but he's always pushing me off to explore. I feel like he wants time without me around to get on with things he'd rather I didn't see. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but it definitely seems shifty to me. So today, I have a plan. It means I have to hang around until Mr. Marigold does his mid-morning errands and try not to be seen. I don't have to wait long. He's like clockwork. Every day at this time, he leaves the camp carrying a large bag and doesn't return until an hour later. Offered to help him a couple of times, but I'm always met with stonewalling. This is the day when I find out what he's up to. I let him get a bit of a head start, and then I begin to follow. I try to use my new codification properties to my best advantage. Stealth, nimbleness, agility. So much fitter than when I arrived on this island. My eyesight and hearing are fantastic.
Ooh, which one, CD? I'm curious, because I do fully intend to loop around to some more Queens of the Stone Age. I gotta re-listen to Songs for the Deaf, too, because I did like that album. I did quite like that album, but I didn't ever find myself really digging deep on it.
He's headed into the forest, as I expected he would. It makes it so much easier for me to go unnoticed. We travel for about 10 minutes at a good pace into the densest part of the wooded area. Finally, he stopped up ahead, and I can see a type of shack, covered in creepers and ivy that makes great camouflage. You really wouldn't notice this place from any kind of distance. Outside the hut, he bends down, and I think he's picking something up, and he disappears inside. I bide my time, finding a good, out-of-the-way hiding place. After a short while, he reemerges, bends down again, and straightens up before setting off the way he came. When I'm satisfied he's not going to return, I gingerly make my way to the shack. Up close, I can see it's a sturdier structure than I thought, and the door is locked. I bend down as he did and start looking for a key. Pretty obvious. There's a large flat stone in front of me. I lift it a little and slide my fingers under the edge. I feel it instantly.
Hey, fake! I've listened to 5 Queens of the Stone Age album, and Songs for the Deaf is still my least favorite by about 15 points? Really? Interesting. I've heard a lot of people... I say that because I've heard a lot of people really talk up Songs of the Deaf as being one of their favorites. A lot of people online, of course. I don't really know many people in real life who listen to Queens of the Stone Age.
I put the key in the lock and take a deep breath. Unsure of what I'll find in here, I open the door.
I gently open the door.
Oh.
Okay, I think this one actually warranted it. I gently open the door.
It's dark. There are no windows, just a small skylight letting in enough light to see. A small skylight letting in enough light to see that there are lamps, obviously powered by solar panels on the roof. I turn one on. It takes me a moment to understand what I'm looking at. It's dirty and dingy. There are several shelves along 2 of the walls that have cages, and the cages are housing cats. There's an eerie silence. None of the cats are making a sound. I go up to one of the cages to check if they're even alive. Hello, kitty. There's a small cat that I would judge to be between 10 to 14 weeks old. Its eyes are open, but vacant, as though it doesn't see me. Go to the next cage, another youngster, and another. My stomach lurches as I realize that these are the kittens from camp that had been released. No. What are they doing to you? What are you doing in here? I turn to the other wall and am struck dumb by what I see. More small cats, but in different stages of distress. One has an eye bandage, the other eye is weeping with pus, another has most of the fur on its back shaved, there's an open sore, and there's a bandaged leg, too short as though its paw has been amputated. I begin sweating. Breathing is difficult. I need to get out. I stumble towards the door and fall to my knees outside. I gulp in the cool air and try to focus my thoughts. This is the strongest proof so far that there are secret tests being carried out on the cats. Tests that Professor Pawpur doesn't want me to know about. Are they all in on it? Marigolds are, obviously, but what about Zane? Do I dare mention it to anybody? I need more info first. When I've gathered myself sufficiently, I re-enter this hell house and try to find some paperwork, anything that might explain what's going on here. I look through the drawers on the filing cabinets in the corner and pull out some of the folders. I switch on another lamp, sit on the floor and begin reading. Your experience, obviously, but for what? Data suggests that a large number of chemical substances have been tested on the subjects. Instead of the usual catalog of blood and tissue samples tested on to evaluate the cats, the data is all related to the chemical compounds. They are what's being tested. Some of the records go way back. Years of data. As I put the paper back, I see the waste products bin. I remove the lid and it's almost entirely full of empty ketamine bottles. That's why there's no sound. These animals are drugged out of all lucidity. I don't know if you can hear me, or if you even understand me, but I'm making a promise to all of you that I will get to the bottom of this, and I will help you. Whatever it takes, you will be well and free again. Hold tight, kittens. I'll be back. I feel terrible for leaving them here, but I know it would be foolish to arouse suspicion until I know what I'm dealing with. I make my way back to camp with a heavy heart, with fierce determination.
I'd have thought. Silksong releases soon, right? Other games don't want to release during Silksong hype, so they end up getting more time to cook in the oven. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a good way to look at it. It is unfortunate, because I do think Team Cherry didn't, like... Oh shit, are we really doing Punishment Wheel right now? This is a finale stream. I don't fucking have time. God damn it. I don't have time for this. I don't have time. Okay, I see your rating, CD. Those are interesting. I'll keep giving some more Queens of the Stone Age a look. I really do not have fucking time for this. All right, we do this. We open this. All right. Plank for 1 minute. Why do we get the exercise ones so much? At least this will be relatively quick. 1 minute plank. I haven't done one of these in ages, y'all. I hope I can still do a 1 minute plank. We'll see. All right, here we go. Let me get a timer going real quick. If 1 minute doesn't end up being too bad, I'll probably raise the timing on this one so it's a better punishment. So maybe it'll be 2 or 3 minutes instead. Though, who knows? I may be vastly overestimating. Fuck it, that works as well. Life-changing stream. Literally, we're out here doing planks and shit in the middle of a perfect date stream. What the fuck is my channel? Alright, you all are gonna have to trust that I'm doing this. I do apologize, but because I don't have a webcam, I can't show you all me doing plank. But here we go. Alright, I'm in the position and nope, okay, come on. Timer has started. Alright, here we go. Trying to have good form on this. Damn y'all, this I'm only like 15 seconds in and this already feels rough. Okay, maybe a minute is fine. All right. Halfway through. Just 15 more seconds. Okay, there we go. Okay. I kind of forgot. Minute-long plank is more challenging than I thought. Though, for the sake of, all right, ignore the Best Buy ads real quick. I am gonna increase this to plank for 1.5 minutes to make it even worse next time. Not that it. Okay, there we go. You all will notice play with your feet for the next 10 minutes is grayed out. We did that exactly once with Ozzy. We did that exactly once. Alright, let me go back to perfect date. Alright, Ozzy sorry you did. I feel like every time you redeem punishment time, you always get one of the exercise ones. Actually, I take that back, because you did also get the play with feet, play the game with the feet for the next 10 minutes one. You know what might be a good one, kind of similar in that vein? Is like having to remap controls or something like that. Like, I have to remap controls for the next some amount of time. I had an idea for how to rework it. Okay. I'm all ears. Alright, but yeah, definitely back on track now, because, God, we're already 2 hours. In a game like Celeste, which requires precision, 1 minute is taken off each death. Okay, I could maybe see that working. Though I'm pretty sure that would just be 10 deaths in a row. I do fear it might just be 10 deaths in a row on some of the harder levels. Oh, I actually did not mean to rest there. I think it's still fine. I don't think the game really punishes you too much on that. Alright, Ravenpaw. This is definitely a new song.
In the lowest drawer, right at the back. Hi, Sifrin. No, I can't find it, Ray. You sure it wasn't in the cupboard? No, it's there. Keep reaching. It might have slipped down the back. You're joking, right? My hand can't squeeze. Oh, hang on. I feel something nestled just under the bottom of the drawer. I think I've got it. If I could just... I try inching it up out of the space behind the drawer, but it keeps slipping. Just take the drawer right out. It won't come out. Something is jamming it. Well, give it a yank. Ray, it doesn't work like that. I don't want to break the cabinet. Wait, if I try... I feel around the side wall of the cabinet for any blockages, and my hand finds a cold protrusion. Ah, I think I found the perpetrator. I wiggle the offending item loose and pull my hand out to inspect what's in it. To my surprise, it's a bottle of nail polish, in a muted dusty pink color. I decide not to ponder why exactly there's a bottle of nail polish stashed away in the lab and focus instead on the task at hand. The drawer slides out with ease now, and I'm able to retrieve the book.
No, I've listened to songs for the deaf before, CD. I definitely didn't like it as much as, whatchamacallit, like Clockwork, but I have listened to the album before. Oh, I think I skipped a line accidentally. I'll have to go back to that. I did like it. I just... all the times I've listened to it before, I haven't really felt as compelled to go back and dig deep on it. But I at least want to do, like, one listen that's a bit more thorough.
Thoughts in Verse by L. Rutherford?
Alright, that was the line we skipped, apparently.
Who is L. Rutherford? Ravenpaw casts her eyes downward at her forepaws. One of the research assistants before you found this book somewhere. Along the beach, she used to read me some of the poems. We never worked out who the author was, but we think they probably came from the shipwreck. This is the first time I've considered that other humans on the island may have had their own relationships with my cats. I don't like to think about it, but I'm not sure why. I flick through the little brown book. The writing is very faint, but still clear enough to read. About half the pages are filled with neat words written in ink, and then suddenly it's blank. He didn't finish it, I suppose. I like the one on page 3. It's really dark. Ravenpaw seems more lively than usual today. I hope that means she's getting better, or at least getting used to me. When darkness advances, and silence makes it retreat, the sounds begin where beach and forest meet. Yowling and hissing, and awful cries, then like stars in the blackness, the thousands of eyes. The sea's fierce temper seems kinder than here, this hell full of danger and hardship and fear. There's a long pause. I wonder what it means. Are you backward? Well, I know it's describing the island, but I wonder what happened to the author. It sounds rather distressing. Rather distressing. Ugh. You humans can be so exhaustingly repressed sometimes. Just think about it. Imagine this place, this island, before the clumsy humans cut the swath through it and claimed it for science. Before your cozy tents and generators and protective gear. All that time ago, mysterious and overgrown, terrifying branches twisting up in the blackness, like monstrous golems, the yowling of unidentified animals endlessly boring into your brain throughout the nights, making sleep impossible. No friendly little brook to bathe in. Nothing to soothe the gnawing pain of starvation. The filthy baking heat of the day, the relentless cold of the long night, the slow, dawning realization that there's no escape. This is where the journey ends. This is the final destination. Hell on Earth. It's obvious that Ravenpaws thought about this poem a lot. I feel so bad for being so insensitive and human. Must have been horrific. Yes.
I think the option here is to be vulnerable. I think yes. Yes, it is. Cyan! Yes, absolutely, C. Love that song so much. Genuinely, I think that song is so goated. Alright, yes, being invulnerable.
You really put yourself in their shoes, as though you were there. I admire that. How else are you going to understand? I'm a scientist. I'm trained to stand back and observe, be impartial. But if you keep a distance, you'll miss the detail. Oh, I don't. It's about proximity as much as location. Sometimes I have to get up very close, even microscopically close, but I'm still on the outside looking in. I see the finest of details, but I don't think that's what you're talking about, is it, Ray? You mean getting inside, to the heart of it.
Nope, I heard 0 of the songs on that album. I knew none of those songs. Though I do think I saw a YouTube short about Prison Song a while back. Yeah, no, I had heard none of I don't think I've heard a single System of a Down song before I listened to either of those albums.
Yes, I suppose so. It's the hue or innuendo, the essence of something that defines what it is. That's not always obvious from the outside. Well, it's very obvious in this poem. I wonder why I wanted to shy away from it. I'm not brave like you. Are you kidding? Or fishing for compliments, maybe? I feel my face get hot. I wasn't. I'm playing. You have plenty of courage. You came here, to this island. Not everyone would. You've held up well under very difficult conditions. Then there's the whole "Roar, cat monster, roar" thing. Taken aback by your sudden impression, and it makes me laugh. How's that going, by the way? I shrugged my shoulders. Sometimes, if I make a little progress on the antidote, I feel really fine with it. But if something I'm trying fails or progress slows down, I have a sleepless night making myself sick with worry. And there are times when I forget about it altogether. How can I complain when I see what you guys have to deal with? We're silent for a little while. It's not uncomfortable. Eventually it's Ray who breaks it. Oh, go on then. What? I know you're just dying to read a funny one. Not really. But there is this little limerick I thought was hilarious. She rolls her big eyes and smiles. Okay, here goes. There once was a young duck swab named Davy, whose hair was exceptionally wavy. I asked him, tell pray, what's got it that way? He answered, 'tis me drinking gravy. She cannot help but laugh at the awfulness of it, and we
both keep laughing till we have tears in our eyes.
I suppose I ought to be making tracks. Okay, but would you just read me the lullaby one as I fall asleep, please? Yeah, I like that one too. I lay out and watch the stars, and all the world comes clear to me. The patterns soothe my battle scars. They show where I'm meant to be. And while the sea is kind to me, and rocks me in my slumber, in all the stars, the nears and fars, o'erwhelm me with their number, I think of you, the brightest star. Lost so young, gone so far, and when my final day is done, I'll follow to the place you've gone. Then back together, you and I will brighten up another sky. I look down at the softly snoring cat. She looks so peaceful.
Yeah, no, I know it's like an absurdly popular metal song, and I had not heard it until I listened to the album. I know it might be hard to believe. I genuinely had not heard it until I listened to the album. I actually knew that bit of lore about Chop's. For whatever reason, CD, like a few months back, I kept getting these like YouTube shorts recommended to me that were just lore on System of a Down songs. And I was just like insanely vibing with it, which was a big part of the reason why, like, I was so amenable to the idea of checking out the band when we started talking about it originally. So I actually knew that lore about that song, even though I've never actually heard it. Growing pains.
I feel like I'm buried under a mountain of samples that need to be sorted and logged. Some days are like this. My back and neck are beginning to seize up, so I decide it's time to step out and stretch my legs for a few minutes. I hear the mewling of the kittens as soon as I'm out of the tent and follow the sound. Sure enough, Professor Pawpur and Miss Marigold are at the large kitten crate. They seem to be lifting them from their crate and into a transporter cage.
Ah, Pagoda. Have you finished all that work already? You really are a marvel.
Actually, I'm not even halfway through. I was just taking a quick break. What are you two doing?
Ah, time to be pushed from the nest, so to speak.
Oh, already? I thought it wouldn't be until next week at least.
Some are faring so well it would be cruel to keep them incarcerated. They have plenty of protection out there. It's a very safe island, for the most part.
Some, Professor. Who's staying?
Just a couple I see, I think. This chap for certain.
He picks up the plump gray male that Trixie insisted we tag. He looks a picture of health to me. I don't understand. Really? But he looks so well. Quite advanced, too.
Yes, how deceiving looks can be sometimes.
I feel a moment of tension in the air, and I could swear I saw a look pass between the professor and Miss Marigold. May I ask what's wrong with him, Professor?
Yes, of course, Makoto. An inquiring mind is to be encouraged. But alas, an overworked mind is no good to anyone, so I will go through it with you another time when you have less on your plate.
I stand for a moment like an idiot before I realize I've been dismissed. Oh, yes, I really ought to get back to my cataloging. As I reluctantly make my way back to my mountain of work, I can't help feeling uncomfortable. I'll be keeping a close eye on that little furball.
Anyways, the song about suicide was released 1 month before a really big event. You know, yeah. Anyways, remember I was talking about the list of songs that were banned after September 2001? And how every Rage Against the Machine song was on it? Chop Suey was on that list too. Rest in peace, Chop Suey. Oh shit! Why do I keep pressing rest? I don't mean to. You put a lovely nap and wake up feeling revitalized. Your energy has been restored. Magic. Anyways, moving on. I meant to click romance there. I don't know why I clicked rest instead.
Trust me, I won't let anything harm you. I've come prepared. Ravenpaw eyes the basket suspiciously, and I realize it looks to her like a cage. Okay, let's rethink this. How about I carry you in my arms? Like a baby? Yes. No, like a princess. A princess? Really? Ravenpaw shoots me a withering look. Well, you know what I mean, right? I can hold this pillow like so, and you can relax on top of it and survey your kingdom. You really are bad at reading people, aren't you? I'm not one of those gullible domestic cats like Fruity Cootie or whatever her name is. If I leave this lab, I want to do it with some dignity, human. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. Maybe it was a bad idea to try this today. Let's do it again tomorrow. Oh, come on, Ray. We were so excited about this earlier. Don't give up now. Well, that was then, and this is now. I'm too tired anyway. You're always tired. It's part of the problem. We have to start somewhere, right? Or else you'll never get strong again. Yeah, but what if we see other cats? What if we do? Look, I'll be with you. No matter who we see, you won't have to deal with anyone on your own. Anyone who? Who do you think we'll see? No one. But you said no matter who we see, so you think we'll see someone. No, Ravenpaw, stop this. I'll have to go out sometime. Why not now? I don't know, Ravenpaw looks so sad and tiny that I decide not to push her anymore. Okay, don't worry. We'll try again tomorrow, okay? No. Let's do it. Oh, wow, really? The cat that just seconds ago looked so helpless suddenly looks fiercely determined. Yes, but if you hurt me, human, I will kill myself just so I can come back and hunt you for the rest of your short, miserable life. I suppress a laugh. I understand. I'm just gonna lift you now, okay? She's so light. I'm shocked, but I don't show it. I can feel the tremble of her frail body through the makeshift cushion. We've decided a folded blanket would be best so we can use it for other things when we find our spot. Suddenly, Ravenpaw takes a sharp breath. I freeze. What? What's wrong? It's the air. We're right by the water, aren't we? I can smell the change. She laughs. I'm struck by how much this cat has come on since I stopped her treatment. Only a week ago, she had no sense of smell. It's good, right? Yes, human. It's good. She inhales deeply. It's very good. Would you like to sit down here for a while? We're so close to the compound. No, go on a little bit further. I want to see it. Take me to the sea.
Attack on Titan looking ass.
We walk for a short while longer until I find a small collection of rocks that look like a good resting spot. This looks like somewhere Trixie would like. Yeah, she's always drawn to rocks. Minerals. I miss her. You were friends? Yes, when we were little. Do you want some water? Little snack? I take the picnic out of my backpack, and as I arrange it on the blanket, I decide to gently press her. So, how come you were locked up and Trixie wasn't? I was never really free. I was part of the breeding program. My mother was bred with one of the elder cats, and as you can see, us kittens are tagged and set free at 12 weeks. Except we're not. Not all of us, anyway. But I've helped release the kittens myself. Yeah, sure. What, you actually let them out of the cages yourself? Well, no, but I've prepared them for release and... Then they're gone? Yes, I've never had a reason to question it. I'm getting that sick feeling in my stomach again. So, where are they? Not everything is as above board as you'd like to think. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Or above ground, either. What do you mean, Ray? If there's something I should know... I think that's enough for one day. I'm starting to feel woozy. I'd like you to take me back now, if you wouldn't mind.
Coaxer is actually the correct option here. Interesting.
Oh, come on, talk to me, Ray. What happens to the kittens? What happened to you? Ravenpaw closes her eyes tight as if she's hoping that when she opens them, she'll be somewhere else. You've been doing so well, really opening up. Don't go backwards. Don't backslide. Go backwards? You really don't understand, do you? I'm not just some mardy little girl. I'm the way I am because of you. Your people. You scientists with your observations and poking and prodding and unbiased opinions. Of course I'll never fully open up to you, human. You wouldn't know what to do with me if I did. You can't stick a label on it, it doesn't exist. That's what you did with my mom, isn't it? That's how you were able to sleep peacefully after you murdered her. You're very confused and very guilty, even though I know I'm nothing to do with the things she's describing. I know you don't believe I'm like that, Ray. You're angry and hurt, and I don't blame you one bit for hating us. All of us. But if you didn't think I was different, you wouldn't be sitting out here with me in the first place. She's looking away, so I can't read her eyes. I will never be able to fully understand what it's like to be you, to have your experiences. I am trying, though. I'm doing everything I can to change things. Not the past. You have to find your own way to live with that, but the future. How you live from here on. I want to make a difference. Won't you at least give me a chance? Here's the deal. She's turned her head and is fixing me with her huge eyes. If and when you come up with a viable plan, I will do everything within my power to help you nail it. Deal. I raised my hand in a moment of excitement and realized too late that Ravenpaw would never high-five me. She looks at my hovering palm. She looks me in the eye. What are you even doing? I clumsily style it out. Taking you back now, just taking you back.
Whew, alright, we're closing in. Ooh, we've crossed the 90% mark. We're so close! Let's do recon. Recon 12. We've got a Kibbles and McMurphy event. Great.
It's a beautiful day. Sun isn't too hot, which is lucky as I'm going walking with Kibbles and McMurphy. They've been excited to show me something for the past week, but this is the first proper break I've had. We're heading further into the forest than I've been before. So, where exactly are we going, chaps?
No idea, Kara. I'm following Kibbles.
Huh? I was following Makoto.
You're both in front of me. How could I have been leading?
Don't trouble yourself, Kara. We're not in any rush today.
Just as I'm about to reply, something catches my eye. I instinctively move towards it. From this distance, it looks like black swaths have been cut into the ground. Guys, what is this? Kibbles and McMurphy, who've already wandered some way off, rejoin me, and the three of us stand looking at what appears to be some kind of runaway.
Skid marks.
Ah, of course, I thought it was a runaway, but you're right.
Oh, come on, mi amigos. Where's your sense of adventure?
McMurphy's already disappeared into the thick overgrowth that's shrouding whatever the marks lead to. Oh! Kibbles and I follow the sound of McMurphy's voice and find ourselves in a small clearing. My goodness.
Wow, is it a fighter?
We're looking at the wreckage of a crashed two-man biplane. Most of it is covered with vines and other forest growth, but the front half at least seems to be mostly intact.
That looks like it's been there for some considerable time. Strange how we've never come across it before, eh, Kibs?
Nothing about this island surprises me anymore.
Whoa, maybe we'll see some dead guys. Murph, help me out.
McMurphy is silent. He has something in his jaws that appears to be caught. He has something in his jaws that appears to be caught in the broken propeller and is pulling it out. Looks like some kind of rag.
McMurphy?
What is that? McMurphy has freed the cloth and is now sitting with it hanging from his mouth. He's silent and still, as though lost in thought.
What's up, Murph? What's with the manky scarf?
And I can see it now. It is a scarf. Old and filthy. But it looks like it was once the type of white scarf a pilot would have worn. You okay, McMurphy? Was that Carl? He's barely present. The scarf, is it important? I'm not sure.
Stop being weird, Murph.
Gibbs, shush! It feels like something I should know, remember. Remember? Have you seen it before? Maybe. A long time ago, before here. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Before I came here, Kara, you don't think I was born on this island, do you?
Well, you might have bet. Well, you might as well have been, considering how little you remember from before. It's all going, Granddad, fading away into oblivion.
Kibble's banter seems to have brought McMurphy back from whatever he was dreaming about, and I'm relieved to see the twinkle return to his eyes. Okay then, Mr. Smarty Pants, how did you get here?
It's not a very interesting story. I don't want to bore anyone.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, Kara, let's go. McMurphy and Kibbles head back the way we came. I stand stunned for a second, watching them go. Guys? But they've lost interest. They've already moved on. I look back at the wreckage and realize there's nothing I can do here on my own. I'll have to come back at some point with Floofybutt. It's exactly the sort of thing he'd love to help me investigate.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hey, yo! The new Sabrina Carpenter album's out. She literally only released one single from this album, so I have no idea what to expect. Yeah, I've mentioned this several times, but a ton of artists are doing back-to-back album years for some reason. Like, I think there's a new, Last Dinner Party album coming out, too. When does that one come out? From the Pyre comes out in... Oh, this one's still a little ways out. But they've also only released one single off of this one. It was a pretty good single, though. Shoutouts, This Is the Killer speaking. Go listen to it. It's a good song, I promise. And then we got the new Happy Fits album as well. There's still a lot of big new albums coming out this year. And the new Jukebox album, too. Lovesick comes out in 20 days and 23 hours. Alright, cool. Can't be spending... Do you like jazz? I can't be spending too much time on music yapping. We've got a game to finish.
It's late, well after work hours. Ravenpaw asked me to visit her when Professor Pawpur finished his ship because she has something important to tell me. The lab is cold and silent. I can just make out the reflection of Ravenpaw's big eyes. Flip the light switch and the room becomes illuminated with a harsh, dazzling brightness that makes me squint. It came as soon as I could. I had no idea the professor stays up so late. How does he function on such little sleep? Keep your voice down, human. We don't want to draw any attention. Maybe we should turn off the lights. Sometimes the caretakers do random patrols. Ooh, you mean Mr. and Mrs. Marigold? I'm sure they're dead of the world right now. You'd be surprised. Anyway, enough chin-wagging. I have something for you. A gift? Of course not, you div. Where on earth would I have gotten you a gift? The local gift shop? Oh, of course. I'm sorry. So what is it? Why? Because I think I can trust you now.
Bye, Shakespeare, bro. I'm gonna head to bed. I shall watch the VOD later to see the game's end. All right, CD, thank you for stopping by. You have a fabulous evening.
I'm taken aback and feel flushed with pride. You can, Ray. I've sworn to help you, and I won't let you down.
So, you want this or not?
She's pushed her paw towards me, and I realize she has something under it. My stomach lurches as I worry it may be a spider or a fly. I hope she's not expecting me to eat it. What is it?
Dunno. Thought you might know.
As she lifts her paw, I'm relieved to see that nothing is moving, and on closer inspection, I realize what it is. Oh, that's called a key. It's used to open things that are locked, like doors and safes.
You really are touched. I know what a key is. I meant you might be able to figure out what it opens, but I'm losing my hope by the second. He doesn't know we are not reaching the end this stream. What the fuck does that mean, Azeweeb? What does that mean? I have every intention of reaching the end of this stream.
Oh, forgive me. Well, where did you get it?
That's not to ask.
I'm serious, Ray. This key could be important, and if I know where you got it from, it'll be easier to work out what it opens. Ravenpaw eyes me skeptically. I thought you trusted me.
Fine. Got it from Miss Marigold.
You mean Maura? The caretaker's wife?
She's not the caretaker's wife, you cretin. She's the caretaker as much as he is.
Yes, of course, but the key, Ravenpaw?
She came to clean my cage last night. Too lazy to take me out of it first, of course, and Miss Marigold came in and gave her the key. Mr. Marigold came in and gave her the key. She put it here.
Ravenpaw indicates the corner of her cage.
Because her hands were full. Then they had a huge argument, and while they were shouting at each other, I used my ninja skills to hide the key under my paw. That was that.
She didn't notice?
She was so worked up about him that she clean forgot about it. Oversimplified Makoto isn't real. Damn. Are you criticizing my portrayal? Am I doing a bad job? To be fair, I mainly just called her Makoto. We've been using names of characters that have appeared in previous series on the channel.
Left without even bothering to fill my water bowl. So, what makes you think this key is so important?
Because when he handed it to her, he said, "It's your turn. I'm fed up being the one who always has to do his dirty work."
Whose dirty work?
Professor Prospero's, obviously.
Prospero?
Pooper.
Oh, Pawpur. Of course. Look, I've really got to hurry back to my tent now, or I'll be a wreck in the morning. But thank you for this, Ravenpaw. I'll find out what this key opens, I promise.
You'd better. Alright, how many more do we have? I think we're gonna have to do one. Yeah, we're gonna have to do one extra rest this time because I accidentally clicked the rest button early twice. Research.
I'm awoken by the sound of my catalog receiving a message. I squint under my pillow to see Mr. Marigold's name light up on the screen. His text are still rather cryptic. I wonder if he knows I've figured out that he's the mysterious messenger. I decide not to tell him for the foreseeable future. Those 3 little kittens are so small and helpless. I don't think they would stand a chance without you to keep them. Without you to protect them. Keep a watchful eye, Cat Nanny. He's referring to the 3 kittens that Professor Pawpur decided to hold back when he let the others into the wild. Why would Mr. Marigold be interested in the kittens? Either way, I've learned to take the messages seriously, so I make a note to check on them in my lunch break today, just to be sure everything's alright. I decided to take my lunch to the lab. Mrs. Marigold let me make a sandwich out of some leftover ham from last night's meal. Hello, my lovelies. Here you are. 1, 2, 3. All snoring peacefully. I feel relieved and a little foolish for worrying. I suppress a childish giggle and open one of the cages to give the tagged kitty a cuddle. Hello, sleepy pants. I carefully stroke him with my finger as he continues to snooze in my hand. Oh, what's this? My finger runs over a little rough lump on the back of his neck, which elicits a small squeal from the plump gray kitten. My heart stops in my chest, and I quickly move him to the examination table. I gently blow his soft fur out of the way and catch a glimpse of a bright red gash between his shoulder blades. It was too young to be tagged. It's got infected. With trembling hands, I reach for my catalog to scan his tags so that I can erase the information before I remove the chip. Cat. Scan failed. No tag found. I try again. Cat. Scan failed. No tag found.
Dun dun dun. So, we have discovered that an operation has been formed on this cat, which was not to insert the tag. Evidently. We'll go recon, romance. What do we have left? Yeah, recon, romance, research. 94%. 94%. Alright, time to deal with the key. Have I watched Yu Yu Hakusho? I watched the first episode of it, and I actually did quite like it. I just haven't, I don't know, I have a really bad habit of starting to watch things and then not finishing them, and Yu Yu Hakusho was a victim of that. I did actually like what I saw, though.
I'm passing Professor Pawpur's tent on the way to the lab, just as he comes dashing out. He collides, sending both of us sprawling. Oh, goodness, Professor, are you okay? I'm up on my feet instantly and offering him a hand.
I'm not sure that I am, Makoto.
Now I'm worried I've injured my boss. Is that a sackable offense? Here, let me take a look. Where does it hurt? I'm kneeling down beside him, trying to feel his legs.
What on earth are you doing?
I'm sorry. I thought you were... He cuts over me.
I'm fine. Give me some space. And then you can help me search.
Have you lost something?
A key.
A key? Where did you lose it? He gives me a withering look.
If I knew the answer to that, the key wouldn't be lost, would it, Makoto? I last had it in my tent, I think, but it's certainly not in there now. I thought perhaps I might have dropped it out here somewhere.
I'm happy to help you look, Professor. It's got to be here somewhere. A thought strikes me. I wonder if this could be the key Ravenpaw gave me. Do you mind me asking what the key is for? The Professor suddenly looks at me with suspicion.
There's no reason for you to know that.
Oh, okay. I was simply trying to get a picture in my mind. Big, small, silver, brass?
I don't think there will be a lot of keys to choose from, Makoto. Any key you find ought to be brought to me immediately, understood?
Of course, sir.
I'm sure you have chores to attend to. I wouldn't want to hold you up.
The Professor waves me away as he continues to search the grass around the entrance to this tent. Clearly this key is important. As I make my way to the lab, I begin to get an idea. It's a bit left field, but this key is clearly securing something important. Something that the Professor doesn't want me to know about. And that makes me very determined to uncover what it might be. Cutting a convincing looking key with the equipment in the lab is easier than I thought it would be. I compare it to the one Ravenpaw passed on, and it looks almost identical to mine. The thing won't actually work, but that's the point. Okay, here goes. I send the Professor a message using the catalog. I found a key in the lab. Could it be the one you lost?
Send pic, please.
CD!
I send the Professor a photo of the key.
Be right there.
I don't have to wait long. The Professor is with me in seconds.
Well done, my dear. Where is it?
I give him the freshly made key. He turns it over in his hand. I hold my breath. It's the moment of truth. Will he notice it's not identical?
Yes, I'm sure that's the one. There's only one way to make certain. Thank you again.
And he's gone. Psst, quickly, don't lose him. Kibbles appears from under the lab bench.
On it, boss.
He follows the professor.
I was closing this tab and actually going to bed, and I saw Yu Yu Hakusho. Had to pop in for a little bit. I am planning on one day getting around to Yu Yu Hakusho. It just has not happened yet.
I don't have to for long. Kibbles is back within 5 minutes.
Okay. Good night for real. Alright, see you later, CD.
That was quick. How'd it go?
Quite funny, really. He put the key in the lock and it wouldn't turn. He got more and more red in the face. Then he threw the key into a drawer and stormed off.
So?
So?
What is he trying to unlock?
Oh, it was the big metal thing in the supply can.
Really? The cabinets in there aren't normally locked. In fact, the keys are left in the doors.
He wasn't trying to open that thing. He wanted to open the thing inside it.
Oh, there's something else in there?
Yeah, but I couldn't see what it was because he shooed me away when I got up close.
Well, I think we ought to go check it out ourselves, don't you, comrade?
Follow me, I'm the leader.
And he's slinking comically close to the floor. I suppress a laugh. Okay, leader, lead on. We're just out of the lab when the professor calls to me.
Makoto, lost alarm, I'm afraid. You'll need to keep those keen eyes peeled.
Oh, what a shame. I thought our little mystery was solved then. Never mind, though. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually.
Let's hope so. I'm off to speak with Sane. If you need me, I'll be down at the jetty.
Yes, sir. See you at lunch. He strides off with purpose.
The gods of Halagard are smiling down on us. Mission on.
Kibble's voice is really rough on my voice.
I double-check there's no one around before ducking into the supply shed. After Kibbles points out the cupboard the professor was opening, I post him on lookout. Duty by the door. He's in his element, pacing back and forth and doing quick gotcha maneuvers. Doesn't take long to work out that the filing drawer at the bottom of the cabinet is what this key belongs to. I turn it in the lock and, hey, presto! Inside are lots of hanging files. I have no idea what I'm even looking for, so I take one at random. There are diagrams of 2 different cats. One of them is labeled Project Felix, Subject 26, and the other, Island Cat, number 38. There are some research notes in addition to the diagrams. I start to read. Day 215. Subject 26 and number 38 were introduced today. Number 26 was immediately aggressive. The 2 cats had to be separated before serious injury occurred. Both cats are usually very docile with others of their own kind. Perhaps Island Cats and Project Felix subjects are sufficiently different that they view each other as a threat? I flip ahead a few entries. Day 234. Subjects continue to attack each other on site. Attempts to breed the 2 animals naturally do not seem to be working. Artificial insemination was attempted today. Initial signs are promising. Day 301. According to normal cat gestation period, the subject should have given birth by now. It seems as though the addition of the Project Felix subject has extended this time. Day 350. Overnight, number 38 gave birth to a single kitten. The animal is small, black, and sickly. It shows remarkable intelligence in our tests. Day 345. 354. Attempts to introduce the kitten to number 38 have ended in failure. Both the mother and father are inherently aggressive towards their offspring. The remainder of the notes detail the increasingly horrifying experience performed on Subject 26, number 38, and their kitten. Eventually, the adult cats die as a result of the experiments. Day 450. After the death of Subject 26, the decision has been made to shut down this facility. 6 is not pleased with what she has read in our reports. The offspring will be moved to the main laboratory near the beach for observation. I'm trembling as I use my catalog to take photos of more of the documents before I lock everything away. I stumble outside, where Kibble is up on his hind legs as if standing to attention.
All good, Sarge.
I can't answer Kibbles. The handwriting on these notes is eerily familiar, and my mind is racing. So many signs, suspicions, all coming to light. I daren't say a word out loud, but I can feel a sense of dread creeping into my heart. Kibble starts to stare at me, concerned. I'm fine, Kibbles. I'm fine.
Last time.
So, what shall we read today? I flicked through the little book of poetry. Ravenpaw and I have gone through most of the poems. We're dragging them out to one a day now because we're dreading finishing it all together. We've got Alone, Love Sonnet, Bonnie Boat, and Hunger. Ravenpaw looks less engaged than usual. She usually perks up when I get the poetry book out, but she's sitting hangdog in the corner of her cage, shrugging at each title. I think we should read a happy poem today. Something to cheer us up. How about Bonnie Boat? Ravenpaw rolls her eyes. She hates the silly poems and prefers the dark, brooding ones about stormy seas and missing home. Just leave it. What do you mean, Ray? I don't want to listen to poetry. It's futile distraction from reality. This is a first. I'm not sure how to react. I thought she enjoyed our reading time. Ray, is there something you want to talk about? Ravenpaw lets out a heavy sigh. You wouldn't understand. I shrug. Try me. No, you won't understand because I don't even understand. I feel so deeply, yet I can't articulate it at all. It makes me want to scream, cry, laugh, sleep, feel. Ugh. Don't waste your time with me. You've got big, important human things to do. You don't want to be babysitting a cat like me. Ray, I love spending time with you. As soon as I wake up, I feel excited to see you. Read poems with you, discuss things with you. You're so unique. You have an amazing insight and a delightfully wicked sense of humor. I'm not babysitting you. I'm your friend. I want you to talk to me when you're feeling down, Ray. Because you deserve to be happy, especially after all you've been through here. Ravenpaw still looks frustrated, but she mumbles. I guess maybe I know which poem I'd like you to read now. Maybe Elle will be able to say it better than I can. Read me Love Sonnet. Okay. I lack the words to say the things I feel. My tongue is slow and of the humdrum kind. And though my eyes were erstwhile keen as steel, you have eclipsed the sun and made me blind. I do not see the blight that you bewail. The fuzz of fur so soft against my skin. I will not shun the sweet curl of your tail, nor shut the door and never let you in. Our cursed fate has dealt us bitter blows, and yet, methinks, that mine are worse by far. For as the nights get colder, your fur grows, while I'm left adrift with no lodestar. Is there one who would laugh and not feel pity for this poor wretch whose love is turning kitty?
Fucking, Goddamn, bro! I must confess. I feel as though that's a little on the nose.
Oh, wow. Sounds like Elle was in love with a werecat? I wonder how that worked.
I knew you wouldn't get it.
I feel like I'm hurting her feelings without intending to, or understanding how. Explain it to me, Ray.
It's not rocket science. I mean, it's just love is love. You can't choose who you fall in love with, right? If only you could, things would be much easier. But sometimes love just creeps up and hijacks you. No matter how much you don't like it or try to get away from it, once it's got you, and there's no breaking free.
You make it sound awful and...
Well, it is if you're not sure of the person you're in love with, but it can be amazing too. Obstacles that felt insurmountable before suddenly feel insignificant. Things you thought you'd never be able to do or done. Poems you used to hate and love songs that sing to your soul. Human, cat, werecat, elder, whatever. Love does not discriminate. Will not be controlled or boxed up neatly to suit our prejudices. So we have to just to grow a pair and come clean and see where it takes us. So, I love you. What are you gonna do about that?
There's a long silence while I gather my thoughts, but eventually I'm able to say, Oh, Ravenpaw, I thought it was just me. I didn't even hope that you would feel the same way. I know we've become close, but I resigned myself to thinking we could never be more than friends, that you wouldn't accept me. You really do go on, don't you? I blush with happiness. I suppose we both do a bit. So, I guess we're stuck with each other then. I guess we are. She smiles the brightest smile I've ever seen on her beautiful face.
Quick rest and then a research. Alright, we're closing in on our goal. I doubt we'll have this done before 11, but it's not too bad. We're at 98.6 right now. I think 98.6 is where I ended last time. I think I ended the antidote at 98.6 last time. Oh, why is there a bloody scalpel?
Returning after a morning gathering specimens, I decided to take the side route into camp so that I can check up on the kittens. I'm stopped in my tracks to see the large rearing pen is empty, and upon further inspection, the smaller transitory crates nearby are also empty. I'm surprised and disappointed that the professor has released my gray kitten without me. It was so clear that I wanted to be there to see him off.
Ah, Koto! What perfect timing! I was worried you may not be back.
The professor snuck up behind me, making me jump. Thank goodness! I thought I missed him being released. Are we doing it now?
I'm afraid not. In fact, I have some difficult news for you.
I feel my stomach lurch. What is it, Professor? Has something happened to Plumpy?
I did warn you not to get too attached, my dear. Naming them isn't always a good idea. It all becomes so very personal. However, I fall prey to the same temptations myself. They really are so seductive.
I don't want to hear that from you, Professor Pawpur.
Which makes situations like this one all the more impossible. But I'm hoping you'll be able to help me this time.
Yes, of course, Professor, whatever you need.
Poor little Plumpy has run into a spot of bother, I'm afraid. His tests have shown that his kidneys aren't working properly, and although we have tried the usual treatments, he doesn't seem to be responding well. We think this is his only chance to receive a donor kidney from another cat. But before that can happen, we shall need to remove his native kidneys and place him on dialysis for a while, to see if he's a viable subject for transplant.
Oh, I'm shocked to hear that, Professor. He seems so well.
Sadly, with very young ones, this type of problem overwhelms them so rapidly. It's often too late to do anything by the time they even know they're unwell. So, will help with surgery? I believe you've reached that stage of your veterinary training that you can assist.
Of course, yes. It would be an honor.
Go sort yourself out then. We shall meet in the lab in 30 minutes.
It's hard to take it all in. I feel nervous, but I'm also excited to be taking part in life-saving surgery. Stuff I've done in college seems such a long time ago now. Hope I don't mess up. The professor and I have scrubbed in and are checking we have all the necessary equipment laid out and ready to use. Lumpy's already been shaved and had pre-med, so he's sleeping peacefully.
I must say, it's a luxury having another pair of hands, Makoto. I usually have to do this sort of thing alone.
It's a privilege to help, sir. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from you.
So, shall we begin?
The next half hour passes in a flash, starting out anesthesia, intubation, and finally, the incisions, which will determine whether this little chap will live or die. I'm completely awed by Professor Pawpur's skill and professionalism. Everything is done to the highest standard. Finally, we've removed the native kidneys, placed them in a jar of preserving fluid for further testing, and get ready to stitch him up. But that's not what happens. Instead of stitching him, I see the professor take his scalpel and cut an artery. I cannot trust my eyes, and I think I must have imagined it, but suddenly all hell breaks loose.
We have a bleed. We have a bleed.
I have no idea what to do. I'm frozen on the spot. I want to scream. I saw you cut him. I cannot make a sound.
Makoto, move. We need to stem the bleeding.
Yes, I'm sorry. And suddenly, I'm doing all the right things. I feel as though I'm outside myself looking on. The scene is too tragic. So much blood coming from such a tiny thing. Half of it is over me, in my eyes, my hair. And then, it is still again, and we've lost him.
I'm sorry, my dear. We did all we could.
But what happened?
Textbook hemorrhage, I'm afraid. It happens sometimes when you're least expecting it. There's nothing can be done in a situation like that. The one good thing we have left is to take the rest of his organs and put them to good use. Help other kittens.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. You want to harvest his other organs?
So that he didn't die in vain. It would be wrong not to, don't you think?
I'm speechless. I need to get away.
Of course, I understand if it's all too much for you. Perhaps you'd like to go and lie down for a bit. I can carry on here. I'm used to it.
I don't remember leaving, but I'm grateful to be alone in my tent.
It's just such a, brutal act of villainy from Pawpur. Genuinely, such a brutal act of villainy from Pawpur. Holy shit. Why is this music happy?
I'm creeping around late at night again. I seem to be doing this a lot more lately because my covert work on the antidote has reached a crucial and very exciting stage. In fact, right now I'm trying to stop my hands from trembling long enough for me to place a slide under the microscope. The results will tell me whether or not I need to go back to the drawing board. I hold my breath before lowering my head to the eyepiece and slowly turn the fine focus knob. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. The cell movement is exactly what I've been looking for since I began this research. I check, I recheck, I check again, and then... Eureka!
Keep your voice down.
I freeze.
You mustn't attract attention.
What on earth are you doing here?
I'm always here. I've been supervising your research since you started.
You've been spying on me?
Yes.
But how? I'm always so careful to make sure I'm not followed.
As I said, I'm always here.
But why?
I have a vested interest in the outcome.
So does everyone, but none of the other cats scare me half to death in the middle of the night stalking me.
None of the other cats are going to be your test subject.
A test subject? No, I wouldn't allow that, not until...
I'm not volunteering. I'm insisting.
I haven't even tried it on myself yet. I don't want to put you in any danger.
I've been in danger from the day Zane and I arrived on this island. This isn't danger. This is hope.
Zane?
I'll answer your questions while we're waiting for the antidote to take effect on me.
Meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I see the determination in her eyes and realize there's no use in arguing. I begin measuring a dose of the precious serum. I've made my way to Trixie's cave for the final day of B's antidote trial. It seems like no time at all since she cornered me in the lab and insisted I use her as my test subject. Yet, watching her transform and listening to her memories as they've gradually returned makes it feel like a lifetime ago. We've become so close during this time, B and me. The irritable little cat who used to call me Turntail is now a real friend. She's confided in me about the life she used to have with Zane, her journey here, and the awful betrayal that wrenched them apart. It's felt like a privilege to watch her gradually lose her feline characteristics and transform back into a beautiful human. We've had to adapt as she's reverted gradually, bringing in more and more human comforts. The pretty little cave now looks almost like a bedroom. Zane has been really helpful in finding the things we need and carrying them here. He's been so protective of Bee in her little hideout, wanting to stand guard day and night. I've had to force him away at times so that no suspicion is aroused at base camp. Then, as Bee's physical appearance started to change, she banished him from seeing her. He was upset at first.
Pipe bomb. Haven't we spent enough time apart?
Please try to understand. I don't want you seeing me in transition. I want to come to you as all or nothing. These two voices do not, they're supposed to be very in love, and these two voices do not fucking work together. This is on the level of
Walter, put your dick away, Walter. I am not having sex with you right now, Walter.
Eventually, he agreed that they would not see each other until the last dose takes effect and the transition is complete. And that happens today. I'm so excited for the pair of them. I can't imagine what it's been like, being apart for such a long time. Hello?
Her fucking name is Neko. God fucking damn it.
Hi. I've been ready for ages. I thought you'd never arrive.
Sorry, B. I couldn't get away sooner, but I have it. I pulled the vial from my pocket. Your final dose. Although, to be honest, you look fully human to me now.
I feel it too. What time is he coming?
She looks so anxious. I want to hug her, but I know by now that's not her style, so I just hand over the medicine. Zane? Any minute, I think.
Better get on with it then. Here goes everything. She pours the liquid.
She pours the liquid down her throat with a shudder.
Hello? Anyone home?
Oh, it's him. What should I do? Invite him in, of course. Shall I leave?
Not just yet. Stay for now.
Okay. I make myself as invisible as possible, tucked into a dark corner.
Come in.
Zane enters, and the two of them stand staring at each other for what seems like an eternity. Until...
You look older. I've watched it happen, but I guess I must be a bit of a shock for you.
You look,
It's okay. Don't worry.
She lowers her gaze. Her shoulders fall.
beautiful.
He steps towards her and takes her hand gently in his.
Neko, my beautiful Neko. If you weren't my wife already, I'd ask you to marry me.
Neko, rather, looks up into Zane's eyes and they kiss. Sorry, but I need to get on. The pair break apart self-consciously.
Of course, yes. We need to make our plan. Final adjustments and checks?
Zane is laughing. Neko looks at him uncertainly.
That's my Neko, efficient as ever. I thank the gods, the stars, and most of all, you, Makoto, for bringing her back to me.
But sadly, now you have to part again. Is everything set up on the mainland? How about Bob and Joe?
I have the address of the safe house. Bob will be expecting a large cargo tonight for the discreet package.
You know what to do when you're safely home, Neko.
Check. I will set up a meeting with the law firm and have a standard property deed drawn up. I will then make arrangements for a meeting with an independent news agency with no information, but a little bit of bait. From then on, I will wait to hear from you.
It won't be long, my love.
It certainly won't. We plan to set the wheels in motion in 24 hours. That should give you plenty of time to be safely tucked away. Don't forget, we need a photo. Zane hands me his catalog and puts his arm around Neko. Say cheese!
To catch a rat.
I leave them to prepare for Neko's departure, while I rendezvous with the other cats about the details of our plan.
The whole gang is here.
Shh! Kibbles, we don't want to alert the professor of anything suspicious. We want the elements of surprise to throw him off guard.
Okay. Are we already in certain of our parts?
Yes, sir! Aye, aye, Captain. I'll meet you there. Ravenpaw darts off into the darkness.
Oh, do get on with it. This is eating into my beauty sleep.
Here goes then. Take your positions. All the cats scatter in different directions, and I take a deep breath before bursting into the tent of a sleeping Professor Pawpur. Help! Professor! Help!
What? What is it? What's going on?
Professor, you must come with me. Quickly, there's no time to dress. They've all escaped. Zane's let all the cats go, and he's raving like a madman.
What?
He's running off towards the elders. You must stop him.
Good lord, wait for me.
I've begun to sprint. Hurry! and he's sprinting right after me. I have a small torch which is just bright enough to light the way. If he wants to run safely, he's going to have to keep up. Faster, sir! I think I can see him!
I'm on your heels. We must catch him. What's gotten into the man?
He was ranting about his wife. I don't understand.
Ah, perhaps I do. Faster, Makoto.
We've covered ground fast and are almost at the danger zone. I grab the quake stone in my pocket and cut the beam of my torch. Damn! No battery!
Be careful here. We're near the Elder territory.
Don't worry, Professor. I know this place like the back of my hand now. Follow me. And he does. Right into the danger zone.
No!
But it's too late. The vibration has hit, and he's out for the count. I watch as the large cats arouse themselves and turn on him, slowly beginning to circle. As soon as the first bite happens, Ravenpaw emerges from the shadows and orders the elder cats to retreat. Respecting her half-elder bloodline, they obey her without question. I have just enough time to whistle for Zane to come and help me drag the unconscious professor safely out of the danger zone. He's light, and it's easy for Zane to carry him. We make our way to the beach where the other cats are waiting.
Yeah, Ozzy, we literally jumped him. They literally jumped him. Shit is crazy.
Has he been bitten? Yes, he's been bitten, all right. Look at his hand.
Professor begins to rouse.
Where am I? What happened? You're one of us now.
Hush, Kibbles, one thing at a time.
What? How? I can hear them.
That's a good thing. You'll see. Good to have you on board, fellow.
Well, that remains to be seen.
Will someone please tell me what on earth is going on?
Professor sat up, and I notice how frail he is. Here, sir. I drape my sweatshirt around his shoulders. It can get quite chilly out here at night. That seems to calm him.
I knew you were smarter than the others. How much have you worked out?
Well, actually, I wasn't the smartest. I think that honor goes to B.
B? I don't...
Zane has a picture of his wife on his catalog screen and holds it in front of the professor.
Have you forgotten her already?
The professor looks genuinely sad.
Ah, yes, Neko. She was very talented. It was tragic what happened to her. But I don't see what that has to do with...
Take a closer look at the photo, sir. Notice the date.
But that's not possible.
All things are possible, Professor, if you want them enough.
The date is from this week, but she's...
human.
Again.
Which means...
There's a pause as he looks from cat to cat.
Oh, really? I thought he was supposed to be one of the greatest minds of the 21st century.
There's an antidote!
He looks at me with admiration.
Congratulations, my dear. This is incredible news. But really, this whole charade was a bit unnecessary. Too much for even my love of the theater. Shall we go to the lab and you can walk me through the process?
He's beginning to stand until Zane places a large hand on his shoulder that pins him to the spot.
Not so fast, mate. You need to listen first. We have a proposition for you. You know, Zane, it was never personal about your wife. I liked her. I like you. But I needed insurance.
That brings us rather deftly to the business at hand. Makoto, would you care to debrief?
When Neko offered herself... Insisted, more like.
She's very determined when she wants something.
When Neko insisted on being a guinea pig for the antidote trials that I was working on, we discovered that, along with her physical restoration, her memories also returned.
Memories that were rather incriminating for you, sir.
The main points of intel being that this whole setup is owned by a cosmetics company, and contrary to propaganda about animal welfare, you are practicing the most barbaric torture and extermination of cats.
Really, this is ridiculous. Why would I? I don't wish to sound like a braggart, but I am a highly regarded, award-winning scientist. I could go anywhere, do anything. Why on earth would I choose to spend my talents on lipstick and powder?
Possibly because you couldn't work anywhere else. Didn't the Didn't the government restrict your prerogative to choose how you spend your talents? Not to mention the lure of the big bucks.
Yes, wealth is very seductive, and it brings so much power.
Do you like power, don't you, Professor? A whole island of your own. It must feel like playing God.
That would appeal to a certain type of personality.
A psycho.
A narcissist.
Let's not start name-calling. Let's not get bogged down in why. The facts are plain. You may have come here in the beginning with good intentions, but over time, the goalposts have shifted. Lines have been crossed. You are now so steeped in evil that you can no longer recognize it as such.
Bravo, Kara. Nicely said.
Okay, let's cut to the chase here. What do I have to do to get out of this intact? I refuse to be thrown under the bus for that rich, spoiled brat.
Kitty Fisher, I presume?
It's all her doing. I'm an innocent pawn in all of this.
Hardly innocent.
Got the posturing. The cat's out of the bag, Professor.
What do you want?
We need you to get Kitty Fisher onto this island.
Impossible. She only comes out here twice a year, and her next visit is over a month away.
Find a way to make it happen.
Tell her something that captures her interest.
Make her an offer she can't refuse.
How is not our problem. You can work it out. You're a highly regarded award-winning scientist, after all. Ouch.
So, what's your plan?
You don't need to know that, only your part in it.
We could tell you, but then we'd have to kill you.
The less you know, the better for you. So, are you going to help us? There's a moment where you could hear a feather drop, and then the professor exhales loudly.
You know, it really is a relief, truth be told. I've been half praying for this day to come. Someone as bright as you, Makoto, drive on a poor, corrupted little piece of heaven and restore things to their rightful order. Is that a yes? Is he saying he's with us?
Yes, he's going to do everything in his power to help us. Isn't that so, Professor?
Quite so. There is more of this game left than I thought there would be. I must confess. Huh. You have done very well, Makoto. You have completed everything necessary to bring about a successful conclusion to this mystery. Therefore, you ought to be justly rewarded. Sit back, relax, and allow us to channel the key players from the history of this adventure, so that they may tell you their story. I gotta come up with another voice this late in the game.
This story begins with me, I suppose. It's a common enough start. I was a performer at the Pussy Playhouse.
We're gonna leave that name aside.
I've been on stage since I was a child, learning my craft, how to put together a dream, with powders and paints and everything available to create the perfect fantasy. That's what it's all about, you see. We peddle fantasies, and reality is the kiss of death to magic. I was a master magician, and it paid off. My name began to creep up in the list of performers on the posters until at last, at the age of just 16, I was heading the bill, the toast of London. I would create such an illusion that I captured the hearts of all the gentlemen who came to drool over me. There were admirers by the dozen, 20 white roses sent to my dressing rooms with a handwritten card. A request for an audience, an invitation to dinner, was a normal part of my life. Who was I to refuse such attention? Even for a star as bright as mine, the momentary rewards were small, and a wealthy gentleman caller could supplement my humble wages for a whole year with the right sorts of gifts. We all understood the rules. Each of them wanted to touch that elusive dream. These, also, needing to get away and hide their disappointment the moment they did, and dissolved before their eyes. By the time he came along, I was an old hand. I knew the game and expected nothing. I had no reason to think that this one would be any different from the others. And so, I met the famous man they called Daddy Purse Strings. What I hadn't planned for, could not have foreseen, was how quickly I would fall so deeply and without reservation. I had met the man with whom I would happily spend the rest of my days, but I needed to be sure he felt the same way about me. Not her, the captivating illusion, but me, the real Kitty Fisher.
The first time I saw her, I couldn't move. She paralyzed me with her beauty and grace, like nothing I had seen before. Her voice was the sound of heaven. It filled my head until there's no room for anything but her. I wooed her, of course, but this wasn't like the others. She asked for nothing, never made demands, never even accepted the gifts I offered as enticements. I became a slave to my desire for her. When she asked me to join her in her dressing room after a show one evening, I almost fell running down the corridors to find her. When she let me in, she said she had something to show me, and asked me to take a seat.
Before we commit to anything further, you and I need to let you see the truth, and know the difference between her and me. She is the goddess, untouchable and rare. I am the simple girl inside her. I am real.
And with that, she began to peel away the layers of artifice that create the instrument of man's undoing. The wig of high powdered curls holding a sleek chestnut waves of hair, unfolding down to her waist, unlacing and removing the corset that molded her hourglass shape. To reveal the curve of her tummy, the plumpness of her hips, I'm not going to comment on that part. I sat mesmerized as she slowly, painstakingly creamed away every last trace of the thick white paste that covered her beautiful pale skin. The wine red dye staining her rosebud lips, and finally she stood before me, completely natural and without a whisper of pretense.
This is who I really am,
she said quietly, and I fell in love. I knew that I had found my wife, the mother of my children. You look a lot fucking older than her, dude. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of weird. We had a wonderful life together. I adored her from sunrise to sunset, and could not imagine any man being more happy, more in love than me. We were blessed by the gods, and we thanked them every day. However, everything comes at a price, and ours was to be paid in time, literally. We were to have the happiest years imaginable, but they were to only be 3 of them. The day my kitty told me of her condition was both the happiest day of my life, for she was to bear me a child, and also the day my world fell apart, never to be rebuilt again. I could not fully comprehend what she was saying, that all the years of painting her face with that wretched poison was now reaping its grim reward. There was no antidote or cure for the toxic murderer that was coursing its way through her veins. If we were fortunate, she may live to carry our baby to term. Her fight and determination saw her through the birth. I never once doubted her. I was by her side through it all, and I knew this would be her end. Her eyes were still beautiful and innocent. She covered her face with a silk scarf, but I could make out the contour of her high cheekbones and the outline of her pillowy lips. I could, of course, also see the scars and lesions that gouged her once plump face, but they did not mar her beauty. Oh no! She was still my exquisite angle. She was still my exquisite angle here on Earth. She refused to see the baby, for fear that she might leave a lasting impression on her tiny mind. So we spent our precious last moments together, alone. Although we both knew she was dying, we spoke as if we had a lifetime ahead of us. Her high, quivering voice was a bell from heaven when she exclaimed,
"We'll raise our girl right. She'll never know what it is to suffer the ugliness of poverty, that which forces a girl into a lifetime of compromise and pain. She must know the beauty of freedom."
I kissed the milky white skin of her hand, which was still untouched by death, and I carved a promise into my soul that I would honor my darling's wishes and never do any child of our bloodline, and never allow any child of our bloodline to be enslaved in the prison of ugliness. I would do whatever needed to be done to ensure they know the freedom of beauty. Hold up, bro, I think you've missed the point. Bro, I think you missed the fucking point. Bro, I think the point went right over his fucking head. Wait, what? She knew I had made my oath to her, for it was all at that moment that her body... For it is at that moment that her body released her back up to the heavens from whence she came. I will love my darling kitty forever, and cherish her memory always.
My father started Pretty Kitty Cosmetics the moment Mummy's funeral was over. It was his way of dealing with the grief that overwhelmed him. He worked so hard that by the time I came of age, he officially handed the company over to me. It was a thriving, healthy concern. I was very familiar with all the aspects of business, as Daddy had made sure I was hands-on from a young age. Having a large shipping company at our disposal was a tremendous boost. We were able to travel far and wide in search for the most rare and exotic ingredients to make up our products.
Is this entire game just a fucking expose on the cosmetics industry? That'd be a hell of a twist, y'all. That'd be fucking hilarious.
When the reins were placed in my hands, I was determined to push us to even greater successes. Under my directions, we were trading with the Africas in India. All our dyes were natural, and the use of harmful ingredients was being kept to a minimum.
Okay, they're trying for now.
Within 5 years, I had my own fleet of 6 ships.
Oh my god!
Kitty's desire, Kitty's pride, Kitty's passion, Kitty's admiration, Kitty's attraction, Kitty's vanity. As progress on discovering new and fruitful lands surged ahead, the medical side lagged woefully behind. Carrying out and testing on live subjects was a slow and risky process. It eventually became obvious to me that the way forward was to open my own small medical facility, where we could be fully in charge of patient well-being and risk factors like infection control. It was a turning point in the development of our research. It made it easier to stay within the ethos of Pretty Kitty, that no harm would be caused to anyone in the making of our cosmetics. I thought my mother would be proud of me. Then, one summer, everything changed. The chain of events started with a tragedy involving one of our ships, Kitty's Desire, under the stewardship of the very experienced Captain Korn.
I don't remember the voice I gave this fucker.
Who could have known when we set sail, homeward bound from the Paradise Islands, that this pleasant and routine run would be the defining moment of so many diverse stories? The sudden turn in weather was the first clue that it would not be a normal day for the crew of Kitty's Desire. The storm that developed, when we had reached our most vulnerable position out at sea, was the worst I had experienced in our year's sailing. Needless to say, pirates trash, the scourge of the oceans, always looking out for an opportunity, seized upon our disadvantage and tried to overwhelm us. The elements, however, are not discerning, and their ship buckled alongside ours in the battering waves that eventually washed us all up to meet whatever fate awaited us on this wretched island. We tried our best. We tried as best we could to face our trials like gentlemen, but the conditions were harsh and immense desire. Lack of food was the greatest obstacle to our progress. Hunger robbed the men of their integrity, driving them to enter escalating levels of risk to find animals to hunt. Time and time again, they returned from scouting expeditions with empty hands and empty bellies. Eventually, we had to face the reality that the only inhabitants populating this godforsaken place were the cats. The cats were everywhere. I feel ashamed, as a man of honor, to tell what happened next. The depths of depravity to which some men will sink when starvation has them in its grips is unfathomable to the safe and contented. We were faced with a terrible choice, and some succumbed rather than perish.
I tried to present the men with alternatives. I gathered the roots and tubers they collected on their forays into the forest and boiled them up with salt from the sea to make a more palatable broth. I knew in my heart it weren't no good. Men need meat, and with no bish, and with no birds of fish or any other creature you might expect to find, they looked to the only source of meat and supply. I wouldn't eat it. I could never bring myself to do that. So I, along with a handful of proud men, we were spared the horrific consequence that came from that indulgence. Sadly, though,
We were not spared of the witnessing of it, grown men withering in such agony that they would sooner throw themselves off the cliffs than endure the pain.
It burns! God help us, it burns so bad! The guards are scratching on the inside! They're scratching to get out!
Each account was the same. Many crawled away into the forest to die alone. Some tried to swim out to sea, only to be crashed back against the rocks. Then came the strange accounts of hunting parties, returning from further afield, telling stories of hideous monsters, half human, half cat, living out in the wilds. It was hard to know what to believe. Then, one night, my boy, Jim, unable to speak, bright as any scholar, came back white as a sheet, shaking like he'd seen the devil himself. He drew me a picture in the sand, then he lashed himself to a barrel and launched himself out to the mercy of the sea. I never saw him again.
I could not scarcely believe my own eyes. I thought it must surely be the hunger playing tricks on me. I spied it from afar at first, scratching in the dirt like an animal.
500 billion minutes of exposition. It's all exposition!
It was bigger than a cat, with the same ears and tail covered in fur. It heard my foot break a twig and turned, so that I could see the face of a man, a monster half-breed. He looked wild, and I knew he was about to go for me, so I turns and runs as fast as I can. I didn't stop back till I was safe with my Captain Libby. That woman has been more than a mother to me. An angel is what she is. It was her who saved my life, and the men took it in their heads that I was the Jonah, bringing the bad luck on the ship. It would have killed me proper if she hadn't hid me and kept me safe. They took my tongue before she managed to fight them off, and she nursed me back to health, making sure the infection didn't get to me. I know for sure, without her, I'd have danced the hempen jig. This plight, though, that we was now facing, even Captain Libby couldn't save us from. No human could protect us from the curse, what comes from men going against nature. Much as I loved her, I had to leave her. I had to try to get back to my little sister Sally, and try to find her, and try to find help for what's left behind. I don't know how many days I bobbed along, my barrel keeping me afloat and God keeping me alive. He was on my side for sure, and he sent a ship to pick me up before the sharks could get me. It was another Kitty Fisher Cove vessel, the Kitty's Pride. They seemed most interested in me and finding out if I knew anything of what happened to the missing crew. I couldn't talk, but as soon as they understood and gave me pencil and paper, I began writing down everything I could of what happened on that nightmare land. They treated me like I was a toff. I was taken to the Kitty Fisher Hospital for treatment and convalescence. It was lovely there. Clean sheets and hearty food. The nurses was gentle and kind. Some were very pretty, but all the time I prayed that I would soon be back with my sweet Sally.
I just could not understand the results we were getting. From the moment we began testing his blood, we were seeing things I never believed possible. We'd been looking after this poor chap, who'd been plucked out of the sea apparently, for about a week on Miss Fisher's instruction. He'd made extraordinarily good progress, and all the nurses were jolly pleased with him. I had little to do with his care because, frankly, he wasn't sick enough. A doctor with my credentials will only deal with patients who need more intervention. We gave the basic nursing to a very capable young ladies. You sound like a swanny son of a bitch. It was on the eve of the day that I was going to discuss his possible discharge with Miss Fisher, that I was approached by his night nurse.
Doctor, I need you to come look at one of my patients, if you will. It's really rather urgent.
I followed her to the bed of young Jim. She brought the lamp close to his face.
Open wide, please, Jim.
I peered into his mouth, and for a moment I was baffled as to what I ought to be looking at.
Is his tongue, sir?
It appears to be rather shortened, but normal nonetheless.
That's my concern, sir.
That he has a short tongue?
That he has any tongue, sir.
And then I remembered, when he was admitted, he didn't have any tongue at all.
After the initial excitement, the early research was slow and laborious. Our great-great-grandmother began the quest to find the island. The pirate regained his speech along with his tongue and recounted what had befallen them with remarkable clarity. More astonishing even than the regrowth of his tongue were his blood and tissue tests. All results showed that his cell repair and production was hastened and increased, having the effect of extraordinary healing and rejuvenation. It didn't take long for them to work out how a company like Pretty Kitty could benefit from whatever was producing this incredible restoration. The key to open a whole new world of science was somewhere on that island. It took my ancestors years to locate the place, a tiny speck in the middle of a vast ocean, and years more to work out that the entire piece of land was surrounded by a natural repellent force, not unlike magnetic reversal, and that it pushes everything away. It's almost impossible for anything to stumble upon the island by chance. Almost. A lot of the time was wasted trying to find a way through the barrier, over it, under it, or breaking through. Then, by chance, a discovery was made that changed everything. The invisible wall was not a complete circle. Rather, it was a horseshoe, meaning there was a small opening in one end through which things could pass. Once that part of the puzzle was solved, it was full steam ahead. My great-grandmother made everything legal by staking her claim on the island and having deeds drawn up to prove ownership. No one contested or even showed interest in it. As you can imagine, that suited my family very well, and the culture of secrecy around Infinity Island began. All the fisherwomen before me, right up to my mother, took the project forward, each in their turn. They forged a safe and convenient route, scouted for the best place to build a base camp, explored and mapped the island, until it became how you see it today. I've contributed very little in the inhabitation of the place. It was handed to me complete. My skills were far more valuable on the mainland. The research and results have been beyond anything we could have dreamed of, and needed to be properly protected and insured against. I discovered that I have a genius for sniffing out the right person for whatever the job required. In no time, I'd built a task force whose loyalty and discretion matched their expertise in their given field. I also found that if someone had a reason to be invested in being faithful to me, so much the better. It made life more certain for all of us.
Very posh.
It was.
Imagine us at the KFMF.
The news was not good.
Emphysema.
It had progressed beyond help. We were looking at a very grim future.
And a short one, eh?
Don't make light of it, Mason. That was the worst time of my life.
It all worked out though, didn't it, love? I was admitted to the hospital for a course of treatment. Never really explained what it was, but I had to have blood transfusions and injections every day for a month. Then
the most miraculous thing happened.
I could breathe again.
More than that, all his tests showed his lung tissue was back to normal.
I was cured. We were beside ourselves with gratitude.
How can you ever pay someone back for something like that?
She found a way though, didn't she, Mara? We certainly have been made to pay.
I don't care. I'd do it all again, and more to keep you from the pain and disability. She made us an offer after Mason recovered. She explained about the Cat Island and how she needed people she could trust to live and work there. It was top secret because the research was so important. Other companies might try to infiltrate and steal it.
Never mentioned that to the authorities, the police. Never mentioned that the authorities, the police, and the government might be more than a bit interested in the practices that was going on there.
It seemed ideal at first. We were told that the island had special properties that would keep us healthy and well, and prevent Mason's emphysemas, I don't know how to pronounce that, emphysemas from returning. It was hard to believe, but it was true. We quickly found ourselves feeling and looking younger than we had done for many a year. I took care of the cooking and cleaning, and general cleaning of the camp and the designated cat areas. Mason was the handyman.
Bears and general dog's body.
Miss Fisher had just recruited a new scientist, proper bigwig apparently, and we were to make things nice for his arrival.
I did ask what had happened to the last team, but we learned fast that questions were not welcome, so we awaited the arrival of this Professor Pawpur.
My father was a scientist, you know. All of my childhood memories are of his back as he sat at his desk analyzing. It ground him into an early grave, that work mentality. His death only made me more determined, inspired me to do what he could not. It was clearly in my DNA. I excelled at university, became the youngest person in my field to achieve a PhD. I chose animal cloning as my specialization and won a handful of academic awards for my theories, and yet more still for my practical work. It is, of course, a controversial area of science. One of those subjects that butt up against theology, often causing contention. Even the law becomes flimsy this close to the ethical boundaries of science, and one often finds oneself in gray areas. I like it. Perverse as it may sound, it builds character. A pioneer must keep a clear perspective on his goal, intention, and have nerves of steel to see it through, regardless of the obstacles. I hit the dizzy heights of success in the 80s, when I won the DPA Foundation Award for Scientific Advancement, for the results I was getting in the field of animal hormone therapy. As always, there was the brouhaha and the animal rights brigades joining forces with the Bible thumpers and demanding I be hung, drawn, and quartered for some such nonsense.
Or some such nonsense.
It got quite tricky for a while there. The law intervened and tied up my research that I was no longer at liberty to work out without having to explain myself to one governing body or another. I lost my enthusiasm. A man of genius is not permitted to express himself freely. He quickly becomes disillusioned. I began to sink into the quicksands of complacence. Whiskey helped. I dread to think where it might have all ended if the Kitty Fisher Science Foundation hadn't thrown me a lifeline. It is the most intriguing offer I'd ever been made. It was all cloak and daggers at the start, but once I was on board, I understood the need for discretion. Again, I find myself skating upon the thin ice of morality, and too many inquisitive intruders could prove heavy enough to crack the foundations, sending us all under. I was given a free hand to pursue my own research, alongside the work I was doing for the Pretty Kitty Company. Their investigations into the rejuvenating properties of the island, and how they may be harnessed and made effective in their cosmetic products was interesting enough, if a little superficial. However, it was the work with the island's inhabitants, the cats, that really intrigued me. I had some understanding through my study of their DNA that these were no ordinary species. Some, of course, were domestic monkeys like you may have at your lab at this very moment. But others were entirely different.
Oh my fucking god. I have been doing non-stop reading for the last 40 minutes! You were not kidding! 500 billion minutes of exposition! Don't get me wrong, I'm actually, so fucking invested in what's going on right now. I'm genuinely so invested. Holy shit, though! I really wish they spaced this out better.
As the months rolled by and I became more absorbed in my work here, I see now that I began to lose sight of the bigger picture. Miss Fisher was demanding ever more intrusion into the lives of these animals, and I was no longer able to say no. I was in too deep. There was a time, a long while ago now, that an incident regarding one of my research assistants so troubled me that I tried to make a stand. I was made aware that my compliance was the only thing that stood between me and disappearance. There was nowhere to run. The only way off this island was guarded by her henchmen. Our first son Jake took up so much of our time that I didn't dare hope we would have another child. Grace was the perfect mother, devoting herself to his care without complaint. Muscular dystrophy was a demanding condition. She was as much a nurse as she was a mother. So, when during the birth of our second boy, Joe, complications developed that took her from us, I knew I was going to have to give everything I had to fill her shoes. The first thing I did was hand in my notice at the DP Ship and Go, where I'd worked since I was just a lad. Although I'd been given the opportunity over the years to rise up through the ranks, I'd always declined promotions. I'm a family man, and spending time with Grace and Jake meant more to me than a bit of power or a few extra quid. We did alright. We had enough now. Now, though, I regretted not having those perks those promotions would have brought. Childcare and pension benefits would have helped us at this time of need. However, I knew the Lord would provide, and we'd be looked after. And so, we were. No sooner had I quit my job, than I got a phone call asking if I could meet with Miss Kitty Fisher. I scratched my head over that one. What could the big boss lady possibly want with me? Well, I didn't have to wait long to find out. As a few hours later, I was to knock at my door, and there she is, the lady herself.
The new Kitty Fisher. That was so much exposition, I just used it as back. So valid. So valid. So valid.
You clearly have your hands full, Bob. So I thought it may be easier all around the mountain. Okay, so I thought it may be easier all around if the mountain came to Muhammad, so to speak.
I was speechless. There she was, on her own, no entourage, no security, nothing. I was in the middle of making lunch, so I invited her in, and we all sat down together. Me, Jake, Miss Fisher, holding baby Joe, eating ackee, saltfish together, just when you think you've seen it all. She got to the chase, I'll give her that. She said how much she appreciated the loyalty I'd shown the company over the years, how she can always spot a good one, that perhaps we could be helpful to each other in these difficult times. Well, I don't know what was difficult for her, but me and my boys could do with all the help we could get, so I sat up straight and I listened well. She explained about her less public company project on a remote location in the middle of the ocean. Our position has opened up for experienced ferrymen. Someone who understood the value of discretion. Someone with integrity. She told me how happy she was to reward those qualities, and proceeded to outline her plan.
The humility that has kept you at the level of water patrol regardless of your exceptional skills and experience is of great interest to me, Bob. I'm prepared to make you what I believe you will find a very attractive offer. It can't be easy for you to look out for Jake whilst also taking care of this little munchkin.
She bounced Joe in her arms all the time she was talking.
If you agree to my terms, I can raise your burden considerably. I will ensure that both of your children receive the highest quality of care available, including a place in our medical facility for when Jake needs treatment, and round-the-clock nursery nurse for baby Joe, allowing you to work for a very handsome wage. The hours will be limited so that you can spend much of your time with the boys, but the salary will not be limited in any way whatsoever.
Lord was smiling on our house that day, and I've been the island ferryman ever since. The years rolled on, and by the time Joe was 12, it was obvious he wasn't going to get much more. Formal schooling. The lack of oxygen during his birth had made him slow. It could have been so much worse, but thank the Lord, his brain damage wasn't debilitating. It just made it hard for him to fit in. He was big for his age and stronger than average, so when he got teased at school and he lashed out, he could be a danger to the other kids. Eventually, it was team best all around if he left school and took up an apprenticeship with me. Again, Miss Fisher stepped up to help, got the right letters writ, and the right calls made to keep the authorities happy. Then we were a team, Bob and Joe, ferrymen. Things have changed on the job over the years. We used to only do one run a month at the island, delivering supplies and collecting stuff to be deposited at the other facilities on the mainland. These days, we travel up to twice a week sometimes. The duties have changed too, but I don't look too closely at things like that. The job's the job. Be on time, do what's required, don't ask questions that aren't absolutely necessary. After the business with the security guard and his wife, goalposts moved considerably. I tried to keep my boy out of it as much as possible. I made sure I only used the tranquilizing gun, but I had to have Joe's help with detaining the ferals, at least until the change was complete and we could release them back onto the island. One time I asked, why bother going through all the trouble taking them out to sea just to return them again as cats? The professor told me he didn't want to be implicated, and being out in the open water fudged the responsibility issue. Seems to me there was a lot of fudging going on. I felt bad about it all, of course I did. But Jake was alive and well, and beyond all reasonable prognosis, and I wasn't going to do anything to put that in jeopardy. I was sorry for Zane. I liked him, but what could I do?
All right, who's who are we? Oh my fucking god, it's Zane's turn. It's just a fucking hour of reading. It doesn't. We're not even done with the backstory. The plot of the game is not. The actual plot of the game isn't even over yet.
Pipe bomb. She was the love of my life, and I knew as soon as I clapped eyes on her that I would follow her to the ends of the earth. Funny that, because as it turns out, I sort of did. I was punching way above my weight, of course. She was a brilliant veterinary research scientist in her final year of uni. I worked in the local gym as a personal trainer and a teacher of Krav Maga. At 29, I was 5 years older, but somehow it just worked. Neither of us had anyone else in the world, both orphaned young, so we became each other's family, and soon we didn't need anyone else.
Our wedding was the happiest day of my life, and we set off for the island straight afterwards. For what we'd taken to calling our never-ending honeymoon. Pipe bomb. The timing was so perfect, we thought it was meant to be. The gods of love were smiling down on us. Well, I thought that. She thought I was an idiot with a head full of romantic notions. But still, it was a bit of a coincidence. It was a bit of a coincidence that she was approached at a uni for the job of her lifetime, on a tropical island cloaked in secrecy starting the day after our wedding. Even me, the spanner in the works, was taken care of when they said they could use someone to head up island security. What were the odds? So after sailing through the checking process, we sailed off into the sunset. Once we arrived in reality, and it wasn't quite everything I was hoping for, I was the only security guard in the most secure place on the planet, so I sat around a lot waiting for meal times. Also, it was overrun with cats. They were everywhere. My allergy went through the roof. Neko was happy though. She loved the work and I loved her. So I took my antihistamine, bought some puzzle books to keep me occupied, and learned to enjoy doing very little. We blissed out for months before the cracks started to appear. Neko was becoming increasingly concerned about aspects of the work that I couldn't hope to understand. I suggested that she should sit down with Professor Pawpur and have it out, explain her worries, and get everything out in the open. She agreed and went to see him in his tent. Later that evening, she was back to her normal self, happy that she had been listened to and taken seriously. Professor Pawpur promised he would look into her concerns personally and take it up with the company directors. He couldn't have been more supportive. 24 hours later, I was recalled to the mainland to help with setting up security on a newly open facility. Why me, I had no idea, but after all the months of doing nothing, I was quite pleased to be useful again. Neko was happy. It was only for a month, so I set off with Bob the ferryman the next day. Back in those days, you couldn't contact the island, and the ferry only went once every 4 weeks, so I had no communication with my wife until I returned. I couldn't wait to see her, and ran from the jetty to our tent. We hugged for the longest time, and while she was holding me tight, she began to explain what happened.
I need you to stay calm, Zane. We mustn't lose it. Promise me you'll do as I ask. My life could depend on it.
I do like that I just gave Neko a completely incompatible voice, like, really fucking early on when she was introduced, and I just refused to change it.
Slowly, she let me go and sat me down. It was too bizarre to believe at first. There had been an accident, and she'd been bitten by a cat, setting in motion a change in their DNA that would result eventually in the feline transition. I made her spell it out for me. I know I'm not quite as quick at her, and maybe I wasn't hearing her properly. It was a long night, but by the end of it, there were no misunderstandings. Her and the professor were working to find an antidote. I needed to stay put and do nothing that might put her at risk or prevent them from reaching that goal. Days turned to weeks, and she began to change. She didn't like me seeing her, so she stayed away more and more until she stopped coming back to our tent altogether. The professor kept me informed, but after a while, he stopped telling me, and I stopped asking. New assistants came and went, but I was sworn to secrecy. I lived in the hope that one of them working alongside the pavilion professor would one day find an answer and create a remedy. How naive was I? By the time I'd figured out what was really going on, it was all too late. There had never been an accident, and there would never be an antidote. That is, until you came along, Makoto. I had a feeling from the start that you were different. And look at us now. You've done what we couldn't. Thank you, from all of us.
Holy shit! We're back in the present? Dog, I could never fucking imagine. Ah! Hi, Sifrin. I have to voice rev her because I haven't done this in a second.
Hi, Sifrin. Thank you, Zane. Thank you for sharing all your stories.
What story? Are you alright, Makoto?
You look like you've seen a ghost, Gara.
You didn't hear them?
Ew.
You're all staring at me in such a way I know whatever I just heard was intended for my ears only. I know now that what we are doing is right, and that the island itself supports us. Finally, you're all properly united and ready to free this island from the evil that has been corrupting it. I only wish I could have come sooner. So many have been harmed, so many used. Each of you has had your better nature, your love, turned as a weapon against you to force you to do things I'm sure have hurt you immeasurably. Even you, Professor, your love of work, of science, was used to blind you to the truth of the harm you were causing. I think it's obvious. that nobody in this story started out with evil in their hearts. In fact, it seems the opposite is true. How sad that in shifting your moral compass by just 1 degree, you have, over time, come so very far off course. You've all lost so much. There will never be a way to get that back. But we can turn our losses to lessons and move forward with hope. So listen, all of you. I promise this story will end today. We will work together to stop this evil, here and now, and return this island to its rightful owners. From my vantage point, I can see Kitty Fisher stepping off the boat. She looks exactly as I pictured her. If the wind was in the right direction, I imagine she would smell divine. She has her 2 beasts from hell with her. Reggie and Ronnie, huge Doberman attack dogs. Zane had told me she hated cats, but I didn't really believe him until now. These 2 monsters would make short work of anything on this island, apart from the elders. We need to keep our wits about us. I can just about hear her and the professor as they pass where I'm hiding.
It's a long journey, my dear. You must be exhausted.
I'm used to it. The weather is very warm today. A little cold refreshment would be welcome.
Of course. We'll head to the mess tent.
I need my darlings fed and water. You'll see to that. She's talking to Zane, who's walking 2 steps behind them, looking like the perfect bodyguard. As he passes, I see his fingers crossed behind his back.
They'll be well sorted, madam.
When they've gone and it's safe to move, I scramble into my next position near the mess tent. I can see the others are all at their posts, waiting for the signal. When I'm sure Miss Fisher and the professor are seated comfortably, I gesture to the lads. Kibbles and McMurphy shoot out from their hidey holes and run up as close to the 2 snarling beasts as possible without being in range of their gnashing fangs. All hell was broken loose. Ronnie and Reggie are going wild, snapping and straining at their leashes to get at the 2 brave cats who are hissing and spitting, along with some choice language that thankfully only I can understand. Within a split second, Zane has jumped up behind the dogs and, in one movement, unclips the chains from their collars. We all hold our breaths as they lurch towards the pair, who are springing off as fast as their little legs will carry them. At the same time, I hear a voice over the receding din. What on earth is going on out there? And then, seeing Zane with the leads and no dogs. What did you do, you fool? You've let them go!
Yes, miss.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go after them.
I'm afraid I'm not gonna do that, miss.
She turns to the professor. Percival, fire this ignoramus.
And he's not going to do that, miss.
Have you all gone insane? Percival.
He's right, I'm afraid.
For goodness sake, you're both fired. Pack your things this instant.
You can do this the easy way or the hard way, miss.
Damn. She turns on Zane and lashes him across the face.
Hard way it is, then.
He's caught her arm, and in one swift maneuver, brought his other hand up and plunged the needle into her neck. What? He's... She stumbles towards Professor Pawpur. He injected me with something. What was it? Then, pounding on Zane. What was that?
Calm yourself, kitty dear. I'm afraid it's too late to put up a fight. The damage has been done.
What damage? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. Perhaps I can help with that. Who are you? What's going on here? She's holding her neck and shaking with rage and shock. Find Miss Fisher a chair, please. We need to have a chat, and it may take some time. Zane grabs a chair from the mess tent. I don't want to sit. I need answers.
I think you best do as you've been told, young lady. Yes, all this emoting will play havoc with your frown lines.
Finally, Kitty Fisher has been silenced. She looks from one cat to the next in disbelief. I think she can hear us. How? It's not possible.
I'm afraid it is, my dear.
She slumps down onto the seat. My name is Makoto. I'm the current research assistant. I have been infected with the virus that causes feline transition, and as you know, like so many others before me, I would not have been allowed to reach the mainland. Oh god. Okay. Kitty brings her hand back up to her neck with a look of realization. Yes, that's right, Miss Fisher. You are now in the process of transition. The blood in the syringe was willingly donated by our very good friend, Ravenpaw. She's a half-elder and has the ability to infect. She was your only success at interbreeding. Sadly, her parents, along with many others, were killed in those experiments, but she survived. Are you seriously telling me that I've been infected?
Well, what would your deduction be, given your newly acquired linguistic abilities?
But why? To force your hand. There are things we need from you that you would not give without leverage. What things? Are you trying to blackmail me? Do you understand who you're dealing with, you reckless child? I certainly do, Miss Fisher, and I have the utmost respect for the many good things the Fisher Foundation has contributed to the world in so many diverse areas. However, the atrocities you have instigated here on this island are unforgivable. How dare you judge me? You are nothing, nobody. And yet, I seem to have your future firmly in my hands. You think you're so clever. Well, let me tell you. No, actually, let me tell you. Here's the situation. We've positioned Neko in a secret location. Neko. Zane steps forward and shows Kitty Fisher his catalog.
This is Neko. She was the first researcher you hired to assist Professor Pawpur with this project. She was a brilliant scientist with a bright future ahead of her, until she discovered too much about the Pretty Kitty Foundation, and you ordered her to be forcefully injected with the virus. Do you remember her?
Kitty frowns. Of course I don't. How could I?
Maybe because she threatened to blow the whistle on the whole operation?
A dawning realization spreads across Kitty's face. Her, that busy little bee, buzzing around in my business. Why should I concern myself with her? She's long gone, catching mice and scratching fleas. Hardly a threat now.
Look at the date on this photo, miss.
Neko is proof the antidote works. A nasty smile spreads across her face. Oh, good.
Oh my god! Kitty draws a gun from her jacket. For her neutral special, she wields a gun.
Then, give me the antidote and I won't blow your tiny brains out. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. You see, as Neko reverted, all of the memories came back. She has a world of information and proof of the despicable things you've been doing here. Find her, Percival, and bring her to me this instant.
She's not on the island, my dear.
Her secret location is on the mainland, where she is now waiting for a call from us, which, if she doesn't get by
1800 hours, precisely.
She will then attend the press conference she set up with the Global News Syndicate, and we can expect visitors here very soon afterward. Kitty's demeanor changes. What is it you want? You need to atone for the heinous crimes you've committed here, not only against the cats and humans, but the island itself. So we've had Neko visit a reputable law firm to have a contract drawn up, which will be couriered to your legal department as soon as you give the word. In a nutshell, it allows you to continue your research here on the island with the following provisos. 1. You fund a veterinary clinic to be set up here dedicated to the well-being of all the cats on the island. 2. All of your research which involves cats or animals of any kind ceases immediately. However, you may continue to research the island's properties with due consideration for the effect you have on the environment. 3. All results and finding from here on in must be shared with the World Health Organization for the benefit of medical advancement. You won't have time to read the finer details right now, but you can trust us that there are no hidden traps. We play straight, Miss Fisher. We've asked for a modest allowance for anyone who chooses to return to the mainland, and a guarantee of a job for life if they want it. You certainly know how to pick people people who have loyalty and integrity. Finally, those qualities will be put to better use, and everyone will be a lot happier. What do you say, Miss Fisher? He lowers the gun. Where do I sign?
What? That easy?
You're not going to put up a fight? The battle is nothing. The war has been fought and already won. Bravo, child. Besides, I know a good offer when I see one. I will be rehumanized. I escape incarceration. I continue with my highly profitable cosmetic research. And I get to be the good guy, sharing my discoveries with the world. Excellent PR and marketing. I couldn't have asked for more. I can't help but smiling. Kitty Fisher has turned out to be every inch the businesswoman I imagined.
Pipe bomb.
We decided to hold our meeting on the cliffs that lead to the rainbow pools. It was Snooty Booty's idea.
It just smells heavenly.
She's half right. When the breeze is in our direction, it carries a sickly sweet perfume, even this far along. I remember when I first came here with Trixie. It amazed me. I didn't know then that this place had been used to add perfumes and dyes to the cosmetics. Everything about the island was so baffling back then. How long ago that seems now. Major, do you want to begin? He loves calling us to order and is great at keeping us on track. It makes him the obvious choice for chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Makoto. If I can have your attention. Kibbles!
The sun is glinting off silver specks in the rocks and has distracted Kibbles. He's hunched with his ears pinned flat to his head, ready to pounce. Stop catching the loose lights.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm making sure there are no hidden microphones.
No one has bugged the sunbeams, Kara. Come over here and let's hear the latest intel.
Oh, right, a debrief, I'm on it.
As you all know, Makoto has had extraordinary success with the antidote.
A friendly little cheer goes up, causing me to blush.
B. Neko has not shown any signs of contraindications in the period since her full transition. So the time has at last arrived for each of us to think very carefully about whether we want to undergo treatment to bring about our own rehumanization. At this point in the proceedings, I would like to hand over to Makoto.
Oh, thanks, Major. So, we're finally here. It's a big step, guys. One or two things need to be said before anything happens. Although I'm very confident in the safety of the serum, I feel we need to exercise some caution with regard to our emotional well-being. Not everyone may wish to give up the life they have made for themselves here as a cat. Each one of you must search your own hearts, but I suggest you all talk with each other for support. Needless to say, I am available should you wish to go over things with me. Trixie holds up a paw, and I nod to indicate she has the floor. How is all this gonna happen? Will it be available to all the cats on the island? Good questions, Trix. Firstly, the answer is yes. All cats will be offered the opportunity to undergo transition. However, we thought it would be best to offer it to you guys first, as you've been instrumental in bringing this about. That way, should you choose to, you can be an extra pair of hands to help when we roll it out to everyone else. It will be a bit chaotic at first, but what on Cat Island is ever straightforward. Exciting times, Kara. Mac's right. Let's enjoy the rest of this adventure. We've earned it. And my other question? 3 days, my friends. We begin in 3 days. There is some general cheering, and it feels like the natural place to end.
It has been non-stop reading for an hour and 10 minutes. I think it's been something like that.
Kibbles hasn't been seen in over a week, and I'm really anxious about meeting him. What if it didn't work? Or worse, what if he became sick and no one was there to help him? The antidote has been so successful on me that I've stopped being able to communicate with cats a few days ago, so I can't even get any information out of him. All I've been able to do is turn up at the designated place every day and leave his dose on a petri dish, mixed with a little minced chicken. Each time I return, the dish is empty, so I assume he's taking it. It's been a roller coaster, taking my own daily stats and seeing everything returning to normal. A real mixture of sadness at separating from my feline community, but excitement also at seeing the antidote doing its job and proving itself a success. And finally, we're here. The last day, last dose, final showdown. I told Kibbles a week ago that
I would meet him at this spot. I left some of my clothes for him in the hopes that the results are good, and here I am. There's no sign of him.
Oh wait, that was supposed to be Majima? Shit, man.
Kibbles, you around? No answer, so I sit down and wait. As the minutes tick by, my heart sinks. He's not coming. Something's wrong. Need to look for him, help him. Then, suddenly, something lands on me from behind. It sends me sprawling. I've been wrestled by someone. I manage to scramble free as I hear a familiar voice.
God fucking damn it. Oh my god. Alright, here we fucking go.
I won. You're useless against me now that I'm at my full strength. You'll never beat me.
It's him! It's Kibbles! Oh wow! Look at you, Kibbles, this is amazing! It's exactly how I'd imagine him to look. A little taller maybe, but the lopsided grin is there, and I'm used to him instantly.
Ha! What do you think? That I wouldn't make the grade? Think again, lesser mortal, for I am a god.
You certainly are. So, it all went okay? No problems?
Of course not. It was a spit in a phone box.
No regrets?
Are you joking? Check out these beauties.
He wiggles his thumbs in my face.
Wow, Kibs, we can have thumb wars!
Yes, but can we not call me that dumb name anymore?
Oh, what, Kibbles? He blushes.
Yeah, that.
Okay, what shall we rename you? Got anything in mind?
Yes, I have. I thought if this day ever comes, I'd want a name befitting of the momentousness of it.
Okay. He straightened himself up to his full height, shoulders back, chest puffed out. Hope I'm going to be able to keep a straight face for him.
Stan Harg Helm Crush.
At first I'm not sure if it's a joke, but the earnest look on his face tells me he's perfectly serious. Well, it's very...
You can call me Stan for short, though.
I heave a sigh of silent relief and quickly grab him in a hug. Great to finally meet you, Stan.
But when we're in company, you must use my full name.
I will. Stan Harg Helm Crush, I certainly will. We stare at each other for what begins to feel like an awkwardly long time. I decide to finally break the silence. So, there's just one more question that needs to be answered.
Oh yeah, been giving that some thought. PC or console?
What? I'm talking about a future.
Yeah, me too. We need to pick one soon if we're gonna game together.
Stan, I'm talking about where we put the PC.
Oh, you're thinking PC, huh?
Kibbles, I'm asking you whether we should live here or start our lives together on the mainland.
Oh, shit, man. Wait. I don't...
Okay. Stay on the island. Fuck it. Why not? You know what? I'm gonna have everyone stay on the island. I don't give a shit. We're gonna go for that. I'm nervously waiting for Suni to make her entrance. She told me to wait for her at our favorite spot on the beach, with the shade of the palm tree. I can't wait to see her in human form. That's assuming it's worked for her as well as it has for me. We've both been taking the antidote for the past week. Under strict instructions, I've not been allowed to see her, but my results have been amazing. All my vitals have returned to normal. You know you should stand in the presence. You know you should stand in the presence of a lady, Sunyier. I hear her before I see her, and the sound of her voice gives me goosebumps. I jump up and turn around, but there's still no sight of her. Snoots, where are you? That name is no longer suitable. That name is no longer suitable. I demand that you stop using it immediately. Whatever you say, madam. Please just come out so that I can see if it's worked. If it's worked? Of course it's worked. Why would it work on you, not me? And I follow her voice to behind the largest of the trees, and I cast my first sight of her. Oh my goodness, you look incredible. Yes, well, we're going to have to get me some decent clothes. These rags you left for me will not do, not one bit. She's wearing a dress I managed to pilfer from Miss Marigold's washing line. It hangs rather forlornly from her tall, elegant frame. Shopping is the first thing on my agenda. Slow down a minute, Snoots. Let's take it nice and easy. You're new to all this.
Actually, I'm not. Fewer memories than I expected have returned, but there's enough to tell me that I was a very competent human being for a very long time. That's great. What's more, I was an extremely talented shopper. I cannot wait to visit the mainland and brush up on my skills. You have all the time in the world to do whatever you want, so I take it there are no regrets. Have you taken leave of your senses? Look at me. Why would I regret anything? You're right. You look stunning. And she is. I see now the alabaster skin she was always protecting, and the frame of delicate bones. Truly aristocratic. How do you feel? Remarkably well, considering. She does a dramatic twirl so I can appreciate her beauty, then stops in front of me, very serious. I believe I owe you my gratitude, Sunyier. I will never be able to thank you enough, but I will certainly never stop trying. I cannot believe these words are coming out of Snooty Booty's mouth, and then... Where is it then? Where's what? I trust you've arranged first-class transport for me. My delicate constitution does not travel well. Oh, Snooty Booty, it's a 5-minute walk into camp. Very well, come along. And suddenly, she's off leading the way, leaving me to follow in her footsteps. I have a feeling this is the pattern of how our lives are going to be, but I don't mind. I'm just happy beyond words. I was thinking of Prudence. Oh yes, who's that? Me, possibly. Prudence suits me, does it not? I think you can be called whatever you like, Prudence. Then she waits for me to catch her, sips her delicate little hand in mine, and gives it a gentle squeeze. You know we have some serious talking to do. I suppose you'll be wanting to know my grooming requirements as a human. Massages, that kind of thing. I suppress the laugh that's working its way up my throat. Yes, of course, that, but also where our future lives will be, here or on the mainland. Oh, I see, yes, that is a rather large question.
We're staying on the mainland. Wait, stay on the island. That is what I clicked, I think. Whatever, fuck it. Mac, okay. What the fuck was Mac? What the fuck was this voice? What the fuck was this voice? Oh, it was Valigum. My heart is racing. My heart is racing in my mouth as I make our way to our meeting spot. I haven't seen Mac for a week. Each day I've left the saucer outside his little hideout in the forest. He wanted it mixed with some grog, so I've been coming and tipping the antidote into the saucer. You know you're not supposed to take alcohol and what the fuck ever. I need to finish this fucking game. I don't know yet if he's been taking it, but if he's changed his mind, decided not to take the risk. It is still a risk, although I've taken every precaution possible, deliberately waiting long enough to see if Neko developed any side effects before allowing anyone else to take it. I know it's working on me, though. All my vitals have returned to normal, and 2 days ago I stopped being able to understand the cats. I no longer speak their language. That was a sadness, and I feel almost like a traitor, but ultimately I'm hoping they will all benefit from this breakthrough and be able to return to their human form. I reached the spot, but McMurphy is nowhere to be seen. Mac, it's me. I don't know if you can understand me anymore. Are you here? I can hear something rustle in the bushes. Is that you? It's okay. Whatever's happened, I can help you. Just let me see you. Are you sure you're ready for this, Kara? Oh, Mac, thank goodness you're okay. Then it strikes me that I can hear him again. You're speaking. Well, I've never stopped doing that for as far as I'm aware, Kara. I'd go as far as to say I'm a born orator. If you don't come out of those bushes right now, I'm coming in to get you. I knew you'd never be able to control yourself around me. And there he is. It's strange and wonderful at the same time. McMurphy has stood in front of me, a little restricted by the clothes I left for him. My size, not his. He's bigger than I'd imagine, taller and broader, but every bit as rugged and handsome. Wow, McMurphy, is that really you? Now, don't you think there could only be one of me? Disappointed or delighted? Truth now, Carl. I want to laugh. I'm so happy. Of course I'm delighted. I step forward to hug this amazing friend who I've shared such a journey with. We embraced for a long time. You know you're gonna need to know my first name? Huh? I didn't know you had one. I've just always thought of you as being McMurphy. Like Madonna? Or Prince? Or Cher? Connor? Who's Connor? Me, that's my name. I stand back and look at him. Yes, I like it. It suits you. Although you'll always be Murph to me. Actually, Kara, you used to call me Mac, didn't you? Oh, I think I did sometimes. Well, what's in a name? That which we call
That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Got you. Remembering Shakespeare already. I have to say, Kara, I was a bit worried I might regret transitioning. And? Shakespeare, you. Not a bit of it. I think this will get better and better. He crooks his arm for me to link. Lead me to the nearest tavern. That may be further than you think, Connor. That's a good point, Kara. What'll it be, mainland or island? Your place or mine? Stay on the island.
Shit keeps going. I should have started this fuck-ass stream earlier. 4 hours into this cat fucking dating sim. God damn it. I think I know who this is.
My hearing has been decreased and vision in the dark has become virtually non-existent. As of yesterday, I haven't been able to communicate with cats.
Wait. No, this is Trixie. Who the fuck? Who the fuck did I pair with Trixie? It was what's his name? I don't remember what he sounds like. Like, I actually do not remember what voice I gave him. Shit, fuck, I gotta find this out fast. We did live, it should have been in this one, right?
Is this real? I saw something in a journal about kidnapping. Okay, yeah, I got it back. We got it back. When Trixie found out I had a breakthrough with the antidote, she insisted I try it on her as well as myself. I tried to make her wait until we saw what the longer-term results were for me and Neko. I didn't want to put her at risk, but she wouldn't accept no for an answer, so I stopped arguing. I've been leaving a small saucer of the medication mixed with food outside her cave every morning. She's requested that we don't see each other during the process of our human transition, as she's worried she'll frighten me. She could never frighten me, but I respect her wishes. We've arranged to meet at the beach on the day of our final doses. I'm feeling anxious. I hope it's worked, and she's happy. I lift the medicine in my mouth and take the final dose. I close my eyes as Trixie requested and wait for her to arrive. Feels like forever, but finally, I hear her approach.
Hisao?
Her voice is the same. You can open your eyes now. In spite of my fear, I open my eyes, and as soon as I see her, I let out a gasp.
Fucking checks out.
Well?
You're human.
Yes, this awkward, bald, clumsy body is definitely not feline.
Are you disappointed? Obviously, we spoke a lot about whether it was the right thing for her. Did she miss being a cat? But things could go wrong. I was more worried than her. Trixie takes everything in her stride.
It'll just be another part of the adventure, Humi.
I'd never really thought about the possibility of her not liking being a human once she had transitioned. Suddenly, I'm scared she thinks she made a mistake. Are you? Am I what?
Disappointed in me?
That's when I really look at her face for the first time. Standing in front of me, a tiny calico cat that I've come to know so well. Only she's not that cat anymore. Instead, she's a beautiful human with milky skin and wild hair.
Does it work on the people who were always cat? Oh, Trixie is that way?
She's delicate, but strong and fierce and wonderful. I'm utterly under your spell. You could never disappoint me.
Good, because I intend to stay by your side for the rest of my one and only life.
We take a step towards each other, and then we're holding hands. And then, spinning round and around, our heads thrown back, hair caught up in the wind, and we laugh. I love you, Trixie. Still spinning.
My name is Belle.
Shit, man, we got a Belle in this game? Fuck.
A pleasure to meet you, Belle. As we slow to a stop, I realize it's time to come back down to Earth. You know, I'm gonna have to make some big decisions now, Belle. Belle beams.
Big decisions. Sounds stupendous. What kind of big decisions?
Well, where to live would be a start. We have to choose one way or the other, island or mainland.
And we're gonna stay on the island. Oh my god, I think we still have 2 more of these. Who is this? Oh, it's probably...
I'm standing on the edge of the forest where we agreed to meet, feeling a little woozy. I sit on the stump of a tree and swallow my last dose of antidote. Burns my stomach, and I have to take deep breaths to stop myself from retching.
Nope. It's her. It's the other one for some reason. Is there any rhyme or reason to what order they do it? No, Ozewib, you've misunderstood. All of the cats were humans to begin with. All of the 6 cats we could talk to were humans to begin with. Our cats! Lamau. Thankfully, this game is gonna look pretty normal. Nah, no it will not. No it will not. This game is whack through and through.
I suppose this is how Ravenpaw must have felt most of her life. Taking medications that were meant to make her feel better, but in fact make her feel so much worse. I wonder how she's getting on with this. She was totally insistent that I don't see her during the process and that we should only meet up on the last day of our treatment. It's been really hard staying away, and I've had to fight the urge to go look for her and check that she's alright.
Perfect is all I need to know. Okay, cool. You understood the assignment.
I close my eyes as promised and wait for her to approach me. After a short while, I hear slow, measured footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves. I'm a little paranoid that it's the professor or Zane, but I decide to keep my eyes shut regardless. Finally, I feel a delicate, cold hand on my shoulder, and somehow, I instantly know that it belongs to Ravenpaw. A shock of excitement runs through me as I realize that this means the antidote works, not just on me, but also on fully transitioned cats and half-elders.
Fucking of course. The game has a fucking choker on her. I'm gonna crash out.
I'm here, I guess. I'm so happy to hear her voice again. We spent so many hours sitting together, going over every detail of what transition might entail, not just the physical changes and possible difficulties, but also the feelings. It was a far more risky decision for Ravenpaw than any of the other cats.
There's these fucking elder cats on the island that are the original inhabitants of the islands, and if you get bitten by an elder cat, you undergo a full-on transformation from human to cat. And the entire point of the game is trying to make an antidote that turns people back from cat to human. And so what we're seeing right now is the process of all of the people who were turned into cats now becoming humans again.
She'd never been human. We weren't even sure if it would work on her. What if it caused trauma or injury to her after deformed or debilitated? I replay out our last conversation in my head. Do you think I'll still feel like a cat, trapped in a human body? Well, none of the cats said they felt like humans trapped in a cat's body. It will probably be the same the other way around. We can't know in advance, unfortunately. If you're not sure, then let's just wait until more is known. No, I've made up my mind. I want us to be together and to be free to do anything we want to do. We might travel the world together. And now, here she is, fully transformed.
No, you can only talk as cats if you have the virus.
Well, aren't you gonna say anything? Ravenpaw! Yeah, well, I was thinking about that. I don't need the name Raven... I don't think the name Ravenpaw suits me so much anymore. I guess I should have a human name now, right? So I thought, what about Miranda? I smile and slowly open my eyes. Oddly enough, she looks exactly as I imagined she would, with raven black hair and those beautiful eyes, one brown and the other blue.
Bro, she's even got the fucking gloves! Why did I join this shit? Good fucking question. I promise though, this game is actually good. I promise this game is... I know I spent like an hour, I know I spent a bunch of time complaining about the fact that I've just done like an hour and a half of straight exposition, but like the actual like core mystery of the story is really good, and I think it has something good to say. I know it's whack. I know it's whack. Oh, I keep having to. This is the final stream. This is the final stream. If y'all didn't like it, it's over now. It's over in like 20 minutes.
Miranda, you look human. Oh, that was a bit of a backhanded compliment. No, you're beautiful. How do you feel? Strange, it feels familiar, yet it can't, can it? I don't know, maybe you feel your parents within you? Your bloodline? I definitely have a strong sense of my mother, like I remember her more clearly. She was a wonderful woman. And so are you, Miranda. No regrets? No. In fact, I feel like I've come home. Does that sound weird? I reach out and touch.
Like, she came back to life with full fucking facial piercings and everything. Like, I cannot stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. She was not originally a human. She is the result of a fucked up experiment where they took a human that had been transformed into a cat and bred that human that had been transformed with a cat with an elder cat from this island. She was never originally a human. Where are these facial piercings come from? The virus likes goth chicks, my man. What is the implications of this? Where did the piercings come from? Yeah, as long as they're the descendants of transformed humans, it seems to work on them.
Reach out and touch the silky hair, moving it away from her face. She catches my hand and kisses it. Thank you. I step towards her and wrap my arms around her. Miranda, there's just one thing. I feel her body tense. What? I won't have to change my name to Ferdinand, will I? We both start to laugh, more from relief than anything else. We know we have each other now, and life will never be quite as scary or lonely again. So, Miranda, will we be adrift on this island forever? What do you mean? Anywhere is home with you, but I still have to ask. Where are we gonna live? Here on the island, or are we gonna start our lives together on the mainland?
Stay on the island. Something, hand wave, it's fine. We're at the end of the fucking game. I actually have been liking these scenes. Like, I get it. You have to get around the whole cat thing. That's this whole game in a nutshell, but on like a purely like textual level, I have been enjoying these scenes. I think they're nice. I think they're... When does this turn into a first-person shooter? I don't know. I mean, someone did pull a gun earlier, so it could happen at any moment. Okay. Now I finally get to use the voice I've thought I needed to use this for the last 3 times.
It's been nearly 24 hours since I stopped being able to communicate with cats. It's made me feel so cut off and powerless. What if something's gone wrong with the Major's transition? He has no way of letting me know. After I took my penultimate dose, I was already 100% back to human, so I have no reason to think the same won't have happened to him. I'm just winding myself up. I should breathe the way I was taught during Professor Pawpur's yoga classes. I'm sitting beside the Major's tree, the place we agreed before we went our separate ways. I keep turning the quake stone over and over in my hand to steady myself. I think back to the discussions we had leading up to his decision to take the antidote. He's so sensible. He preempted every possible outcome and talked me through about how we would deal with them.
I swear to God, if the Major looks like fucking Colonel Mustard from Clue, I'm gonna crash out.
I wonder why I'm still so nervous. I guess he's a fairly old cat, and I can't bear the thought of him being in any danger. My heart is pounding in my chest, and I drink my last dose of the antidote and close my eyes to wait for him to arrive. Within minutes, I hear the footsteps slowly advancing until they stop right in front of me. Major clears his throat.
Oh my fucking God! No! Why does he fucking... Ah! He looks like if Gerson was human. What is this shit?
Before you open your eyes, I feel it's only appropriate that I make a speech to mark this momentous occasion. When man first invented the wheel...
Bro stopped him. Bro started with the wheel.
I can't stop myself from leaping around and flinging my arms around the man who's been my best friend for 6 months. Though I feel I've known him for a lifetime.
Okay, actually, this version of him doesn't look quite so bad.
Major, you're human. I can't believe it. Floofybutt seems to wipe a tear from his eye. Perhaps I imagine it, and clears his throat.
Yes, as I was saying.
Much as I love to hear your speeches, I suggest we talk as we walk. We're meeting the others at camp, and we don't have long to get there.
Surprise party?
Major, how did you know?
It was one of the benefits of being a feline. Marvelous hearing.
You don't mind, do you?
Having a party? Well, it certainly wouldn't be my choice, but one has to be a little gracious, I suppose.
Actually, I meant losing the feline hearing.
Oh, that. Swings and roundabouts, my dear. I certainly am looking forward to gaining mastery of a pair of thumbs again. That's a good trade-off, if you ask me.
Well, I'm responsible for getting you this gathering on time, so chop chop, don't want to be late.
Ah, very good, Suni. Efficient timekeeping is an important quality in a teammate.
Teammate?
Indeed, is that not what we are going forward? Perhaps I have it wrong.
And I see an unfamiliar look of uncertainty cross his whiskered face. It's sweet and touching. No, not wrong at all, Major. We are, as you so eloquently put it, teammates for life.
One last thing, if I may.
Anything for you?
I would prefer to be called by my human name from now on. I remembered it, which was rather pleasing, so I thought we would use it. Tom.
Major Tom! Who even made this? Okay. You can hate this game all you want. Don't hate on the people who made it. It's a couple, basically. Like a couple who made this game in tandem. They did the entire thing by themselves, and they did it. It was sort of like, again, don't hate on the people who made it. You can hate on the game all you want, but I can tell there was some genuine passion put behind this game. Like, they really committed to this, and they really believed in this creative vision. And I respect the hell out of them for seeing it through.
Major Tom!
Just Tom, I think.
And Tom it is. So, Tom, it's a very important issue that we need to discuss, and I'd rather do it while we're alone. He stops and looks at me with a furrowed brow.
Okay, what is it?
Don't look so worried. I only want your thoughts about where we should start our new life together.
Ah, yeah, that is a ticklish one. Here or the mainland, I'm not really sure. But I do know that as long as my life is shared with you, I will be contented.
Good, I feel the same. And I link his arm as we wander off into our future.
Stay on the island. I don't think they made a ton of money out of this. It's not that expensive. Holy shit! Oh my god! Let's fucking go! Everything in its right place. We did it! Only 50.7.3% of the game seen? 2 secret. What the fuck? Where's the rest of the game? Oh god. Who is speaking? I would go all mainland if I played this game.
I'm heading over to Kibble's office, although man cave would be a better description, to ask if he'll work his techno magic on the veterinary's practice his PC. In spite of the phenomenal high-tech changes that have taken place on Cat Island over the last year, I still manage to cross my computer on a regular basis. I know it's me, but Kibbles has told me, because Tibbles has told me so. He's always happy to point out that none of the others, the shop, school, cafe, bar, seem to have any technical issues. Only the vet and research lab computers have regular problems, both of which are my domain. As I open the door, I'm hit by the hot, musty smell of Kibbles when he hasn't left his pit all day. What is this? What is this? Hi. He's slumped in his gaming chair, watching some kind of playthrough on an enormous screen. I wonder if he's fallen asleep. Kibbles? Ahem, name. Damn, I always forget. Stanhard Helm Crush. That's me, what's up? Yes.
It's like you and technology have a blood pact to be sworn enemies or something.
Well, I can't argue. It's ridiculous how often I get the gremlins.
I'll do it before bed.
Thanks, Dan. What's that? What the fuck? We're looking at a frozen image of a small anime boy and lots of blood splatter.
Corpse party.
Fucking corpse party! Corpse party! Ah!
Are you thinking of streaming it? Fucking of course he's a streamer.
I hate that me and this guy are of the same disposition. Son of a bitch! No!
Apart from looking after the island technology, Stan also runs a video channel where he reviews games and streams vintage stuff. Become very popular over the last year, and it makes him very happy.
Nah, not this one.
Why not? Too scared for you to play it yourself? He snorts in derision and says a little too loudly.
Heh, not scary enough, more like.
That's my brave soldier. Had dinner yet?
I thought that was why you were here. We could eat pizza together and watch the rest of this.
If you promise to eat some salad with it, I'm in.
Hard, but fair. Grab a couple beers, too. Let's make a night of it.
I hate this kid. He's taught me not to take life too seriously and enjoy the simple fun of playing a game. Looking from the outside in, I suppose we seem like an odd couple, but on the inside, it works for us. The pace of life here on the island may have picked up since the coup. There are certainly many more of us, but it's still much slower than the mainland. I'm really happy we decided to stay.
Fucking corpse party. Guys, why is it corpse party? There's gonna be... What is this?
Is Snoots around? I'm at Snooty Booty's grooming parlor, one of the first buildings to be established on the island after the coup.
After the coup goes crazy.
Snooty insisted that we would always only be savages, scrabbling around in the dirt if we didn't have proper faculties to liberate ourselves from the grime of the working day. As always, she got away. Actually, I have to admit, she has a point, and it's proved very popular with our ever-expanding community. There are now 2 girls working for her, and 1 cat who does the ever-in-demand making biscuits massage.
Snooty Booty obviously never gets her hands wet. What did you call me?
She snuck up behind me, making me jump. Oh, Prudence, you startled me. If you weren't doing anything wrong, you wouldn't have such a nervous reaction. I'm sorry, Prue. I just forget sometimes. I still struggle to get used to the cat's humans' names, even a year down the line.
So, what brings you here? What brings you here during your frightfully important and busy scientific day? Would you like a manicure? Or, better still, a pedicure?
Actually, I brought this fella in. Come on, you. The young cat slinks around the door looking sheepish.
Goodness, what have you been up to?
Playing around in the rainbow pools.
Claude.
No, I wasn't.
You mustn't tell fibs either. You know you oughtn't to be that far without adult supervision. It's so close to the fucking cliff's edge. He knows and has been suitably chastised. I've checked him over. No harm done. Well, except for the obvious. The white youngster's fur is brightly colored. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. He looks like a rainbow. You know, it's really rather splendid. No, Prudence, it's not a new look. I really meant the boy who's sporting it. For a moment, I'm not quite believing my ears. Was that Snooty Booty being returned? Do you have a mummy and daddy, child? I suppose there are 2 things I should explain. One, when we were administering the antidote and the entire population was undergoing the change, we discovered that if we got the balance exactly right, let's say combining a trace amount of elder DNA with the antidote, then the ability to communicate between our 2 species continued. So, we really can talk to the animals, just like the regular Dr. Doolittles. The second thing is that we also discovered there were a lot of litters of kittens who had lost parents, and even parents who discovered they couldn't cope with the dozens of children once their litters had been rehumanized. For a while, it was chaotic. This place is one huge family, really, so we all started adopting and fostering. And in the end, no one is left uncared for. Occasionally, however, the odd kitten will turn up who slipped through the net, and it's as safe as a place you could wish for, and no harm comes to any of them, except through their own playfulness.
No, I don't need anyone. I'm a big boy.
Adventurous big boy.
Yes, I'm an explorer.
Well, my dear, our the greatest explorer from history found that they had the most intrepid adventures while they were anchored to a base camp. Isn't that right, Sunyier? I smiled to let her know I agree with the plan. Without a doubt, prudence is very wise on these matters. So, I think it might be a good idea if we provide you with a base camp. What do you think?
Okay, where's my base camp?
It's called home, actually, and I will settle you in right now. I'm not surprised, not really. This is Snooty Booty after all. She may be a princess to the rest of the world, but she doesn't fool me. This rainbow chap just had a very lucky day. Fuck it. Adopt a cat that can speak English, why not? At this point, nothing in this game is surprising. Fuck, this game is long! McMurphy. How did I voice McMurphy? Not McMurphy. McMurphy's partner. How did I do it? How did I do it? Oh my god. Oh, yes. After a long, busy day in the new veterinary hospitals, I'm so grateful that McMurphy insisted on building his own island bar, Okara's Cocktail Shack. It's the best place to unwind and catch up with how the other islanders are getting on. He barely recognized the place now. Apart from the hospital and bar, we have a school, a grooming parlor, shops, a cafe, and even an alternative therapy sanctuary, which used to be Trixie's Cave. I love it here. This fucking island, bro. The decision to stay or return to the mainland was always a no-brainer for me, but now I couldn't imagine there being a different life that could ever match this. Mac and I are still together and very happy, though I must remember to call him Con. At least he's not as touchy about his name as some of the other reverted people. I'm on my way to see him now. He's asked me to pop in after work especially, so I'm curious to know what's afoot. Fucking of course his shack looks like that. The bar is lively as usual. Connor knows how to create a social ambience. Look who's here, the love of my life and the one who must be obeyed. As if, Con, you've never done anything that doesn't please you. Well, Kara, you might be right there, because it pleases me to introduce you to my newest concoction. Made in you honor on our first anniversary. Oh, Essa, really? 1 year. I'm not one bit hurt that you forgot. And he feigns his heartbreaking. I'm so sorry, I've been so busy. Never mind that. Get your chops around this and prepare for liftoff. He hands me an elaborate-looking cocktail with loose lights and a little umbrella. It's called Curiosity. God damn it. The fact that Deltarune also made that pun is making me crash out. It's like iced tea with a devilish twist. I'm a little nervous as I raise the drink to my lips. You never know with Connor, but to my surprise, it's very sweet. I can taste the mana and the instant lift from the life water. It's very nice. Oh gosh. Then it hits me. A powerful spirit aftertaste. And something akin to brain freeze. Connor has started laughing. And there's the secret ingredient. It's not that secret. I know that kick anywhere. You said you got rid of all that old pirate grog. Would you really deny a fella his private collection? But look now, Kara, that's not the main thing. Oh. The main thing is this. He fumbles around in his pocket and produces a small oyster shell that looks like it's been polished up. On this, our first anniversary, I want to ask you. The bar has gone silent, all eyes on me. If you would do me the honor of wearing my ring. I'm utterly speechless. Connor opens the shell and laying on a bed of dried petals is an odd-looking pearl wrapped in some copper wire and attached to a palm leaf thong. It's really weird. A fucking what? Fuck it, dog. I don't care anymore. Allow me. And Connor loops it over my head to hang around my neck as the ugliest pendant I've ever seen. Look, I have one too. He rips up in his shirt to show an almost identical homemade necklace resting on his chest fur. Wow, that's, did you make them yourself? With my own fair hands. In that case, I love it. I will wear this with pride. And the whole bar whoops and cheers. The music starts up and I look around thinking I could not be happier. We still have 3 more! I was supposed to get to bed at fucking midnight! I was supposed to be done with the stream at 11. I was supposed to be in bed at midnight. It is now 12:40. I don't even remember this fucker's voice.
I can make out several deep scratches and puncture marks. Okay, there we go. It's been so much easier to reach Trixie's cave since the path was made. In only 1 year, the island has been transformed. Our end is like a proper village now, with shop, bar, cafe, school, and of course, Belle's alternative therapies. I'm coming today in my lunch hour, Belle's insistence. Your aura is way overdue for a cleanse. There's far too much green. And that's a bad thing? No, no color's bad. It's just unbalanced. You still lead too much with your heart. We need to keep your head level with it. I'm a scientist, Belle. I'm all about the head. You're a vet now, actually, and you have the biggest heart on this island. That honor goes to you. There's not a person or cat here that would disagree. Shh. She's begun her cleansing. I'm lying on a very comfortable massage table and looking up at the ceiling of crystal shining and twinkling. The effect is hypnotic. Her cave has developed into a wonderful magical therapy space. It's a contrast to the now high-tech establishment, and what we still call base camp, full of labs and veterinary surgery. The best equipment and machines of every kind.
When we small creator play games, our main way of getting viewers in Twitch is playing games with an appealable audience. Which is why you put the category. Why the fuck are we playing this? I started this as a meme 3 years ago. And now I have decided to commit to the bit. This isn't about growing my audience. This isn't about anything else. This is about committing to the bit. I have to have you understand. This entire thing, all this lead up to this moment, all of it has been about committing to the bit. Now, let's see this through. This place. I need to listen to his voice again. I lost it immediately.
Is this real? I saw something in the journal about kidnapping. Okay, cool. This place, though, is more like a sanctuary. It's proved extremely popular amongst our growing population. Trixie never ceases to amaze me. It seems almost daily she's learned something new and read an article or book, taken an online course that continually expands her field of expertise. She has us all meditating and breathing through our chakras. Just this morning, one of the children asked if they could hold some rose quartz while I did a routine blood test. That it helps the vein expand.
We're all learning. Okay.
We've left the far end of the island intact, and there are safety markers which clearly outline when you're crossing into Elder territory. It's a mark of respect rather than segregation, and acknowledgement that the island belongs to them as well as us. Much better. Am I balanced? Do you feel balanced? There's something missing. She looks a little hurt. Oh, I did my best, Humi. Sometimes I think she forgets she's a Humi now, too. And you did beautifully. I feel great. But you said... I didn't mean with me. I am 100% balanced and shining like a rainbow. Look. I stand on one leg with my arms up. Perfectly steady. You look like Percival doing his yoga. The only thing missing, the thing that would balance us completely, is I take a deep breath. A kitten, or two, or three even.
Okay.
There's a split second when neither of us breathe, and then suddenly, Bella's launched herself at me, knocking us both over. Yes, yes, yes! To all three! Triplets! Triplets! When we were administering the antidote to all the cats who wished to be rehumanized, we discovered there were lots of litters of kittens who became children. It was difficult for the parents to cope. We were already like one large family anyway, so some of the adults adopted some of the children, and it just worked in a haphazard island kind of way. There are 3 children whose parents have not been found, who are ready to leave the hospital. I thought how perfect they would be for us, but I wasn't sure what Belle would think. It's a lot to take on. Now, lying under the twinkling crystal of her cave, I have my answer. It really has all worked out better than I could have wished for.
It is! Why is the ending the ending of this game, the final scene of this game, is been almost 2 hours long. I was not ready for that. I wasn't ready!
I'm dropping by Miranda's with the picnic lunch. Both have the afternoon off, so we thought it would be nice to go further afield today and see how the far end of the island is doing in the aftermath of everything that happened. It's been a year to the day. The Kitty Fisher signed our agreement, and we reclaimed the island. So much has changed. Well, on our side anyway. We have a school, a veterinary hospital, proper chalets. a couple of shops, a cafe, and even a cocktail shack to unwind after work. The biggest change, though, has been with the inhabitants. There were a lot of cats who chose to be rehumanized. 2 main points has to be addressed. One was that there were litters of kittens who became orphaned, and also parents who couldn't cope with so many kids once their kittens were turned into children. Gradually, we sorted it out. Some of us adopted them, and it all seemed to work out in a haphazard island sort of way. The second thing was communication. Neko and I discovered, through trial and lots of error, that if we got the balance just right and mixed trace amounts of elder blood with the antidote, we could still understand each other. We spoke the same language. It made life so much easier. There were, and still are, some teaching problems, people coming to terms with what happened to them. It made sense for Miranda to become the island counselor. No one was better placed to understand the trauma caused by incarceration, loss of loved ones, long-term illness, and pain. Her empathy is stronger than anyone I know, and so is her ability to shrug it off. As I approach, I see the engaged sign showing on her tent, letting me know that she hasn't finished with her last client. Although I'm still a respectful distance away, their voices carry through the forest, and I hear Miranda speak. Just remember, there are no boxes anymore, only those that you create in your mind. You are free. You are as free as you allow yourself to be. So come on, hug and go play. After a moment of silence, a small cat slinks out of the tent and passes by me. Hey, Makoto. Hi. And hi to you too. Hope you got some decent food. I'm famished but picky. Only the best, of course. Nara says hi. We make our way beyond the markers that now clearly define the area formerly known as the Danger Zone. It's not segregation, it's a mark of respect. It shows we understand that the island belongs to the elders, and we will not transgress their rightful ownership. There's no hostility. We tolerate each other with goodwill. Fuck, this is long. When we've settled near the cliff's edge and finished our lunch, Miranda pulls out a notebook from her pocket. I finished it. Oh, really? That's fantastic. Wanna hear it? You really need to ask? I love her poetry. She's become such an exceptional writer, and I'm her biggest fan. This one's for you. Really? I feel myself blush with pride. It's called Bore. Oh, just listen. Bore. You bore into my soul and find me there. Hidden under layers, I don't care. Leave me alone and I'm okay. Buried deep beneath the things I cannot say. You tunnel through the acid from my scalding tongue. Scale the water of silence where my truth is hung. Create escape routes for me. Show me you adore me, lovingly ignore me when I say I'm done. You stroke me even when I scratch. The love I toss aside you catch. Your heart is always on the latch. We really are a perfect match. Perfect match, huh? Perfect fucking match. Get me out of this fucking game. Again, like, I love this game to pieces. What has happened? Okay. I sit in silence for a moment. Didn't you? Maybe you didn't understand it. I know what it was. It was beautiful. Thank you. We are, you know. We are what? A perfect match. Alright, get me the fuck out of this game. There's one more. It's just one more. It's just one more, y'all. We're so close. We're so fucking close. He's got an archive! We've been here for almost a year now, and I still can't used to knocking on the door of Tom's cabin. He takes it very seriously, though. He says respect and privacy are things he went without for too long, and he wants them upheld now. So, here he is with his own office as Island Archivist. Hey, Floof! I'm the only person on the island who gets away with calling him that.
Come.
Are you taking a break anytime soon?
Almost done. Just need to finish describing this piece of bone that the triplets found while they were mudlocking yesterday.
What is it? Can I see? He hands me a whitish gray fragment about 3 inches wide and 5 inches long. As I turn it over in my hand, I can see a bluish tinge around the edge and recognize it straight away. Oh, Tom! It's from the Blue Moss area. He looks sheepish.
Now, let's not get head up.
But you know I don't want the children to play around there. It's too risky until we finish our research into the drowsy properties.
They have been told what children will play.
Just not there. Please speak to them after school.
You really need to relax, my dear. The island is a safer place as one could wish to raise children. We know every inch of it. I'm an archivist, you're a researcher. Between us, there's nothing we don't know about this tiny speck of planet here.
Even so, I still get nervous about them being exposed to things we don't understand fully.
The entire universe is full of things we don't understand. I know what happened last year, and the rebuilding and safeguarding that's taken place since has brought a lot of change in getting used to new things.
I stopped in my tracks.
What is it?
Listen to you. I realized that amongst the changes that have taken place, the biggest has been here, right under my nose. Floofybutt, stuck in his ways, rigid, blinkered, and stuffy, has been transformed into Tom, calm, reliable, safe, and above all, even-tempered. Fatherhood suits you. Adopting the triplets has agreed with you. Even after administering the antidote to all the cats.
They're repeating. They are repeating exposition, I assume, because not always will all of these events be the same. Not always. You won't always get all of the events unless you do this like perfect playthrough kind of thing.
After administering the antidote to all the cats on the island who wanted to be rehumanized, we discovered that there were, of course, litters of kittens, some of whose parents couldn't cope with them being them all when they became human. Some of us adopted them. It worked. In a chaotic, haphazard island kind of way. We're all one big family here now anyways, really.
Well, they are very agreeable little people.
He's such a softie when it comes to the children. They can run rings around him. Yes, they are, and so are you. We're so happy together. I sometimes can't quite believe it. This strange story could not have had a better end for us. I'm grateful for it.
Is it done? Is that it? Holy shit. No. Please. The end. The end. Don't get me wrong, devs. I'd love to meet you, but credits, the Bay team. This is the two of them. The couple that brought us this insane shit. Motivational management from Sharon Burke. You know what? Pop off, friends. Y'all put together a complicated game. You put together a game you truly believed in. And for that, I truly respect you all. I truly do. However, this has been long. This is one of the longest streams I've done in years. And as such, I need to go to bed. So, thank you, the Bay team, for this delightful little thing. It truly was a wild ride, and I can now finally say I have put this game to rest. We never need to speak of this again. It can be consigned to the bowels of history, but I'm glad I did this. I'm glad that I saw this through. Thank you to all of my viewers. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this. Amy, Poke, CD, Arcats, Azeweeb. I feel like we had other people here. No, it was just Poke, I think, yeah. And Spurk. Thank you all so much. If I missed you, I still appreciate you. I will definitely hydrate. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for this gift. But I will do it after I end the stream. My voice is worn thin, my lips are chapped, and I am extremely fucking tired, and I need to wake up again in 5 hours. So, with all that said, I want to thank the Bay team for giving us this experience. Is it a purely positive one? Maybe not. But it's one I hold near and dear in my heart. And to all the viewers who sat through this absolute wild ride of a game, honestly, dropping the act, thank you all so much for sticking with this. I know this game was probably a bit weird for everyone, and I know that it, I know how this game is. So, thank you all so much. Stream schedule, real quick. I'll see you on Sunday for Persona, and I'll see you next Wednesday for Celeste. But after that Silk Song comes out, and who knows what the future holds in store for us at that point. So, with that said, thank you all so much for watching one last time. We made it. It took a while. It took you all and me 3 years, and it took me 6 years and 8 months to finish this game. But it's done. It's over. And now I can finally sleep. So, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Ciao!